Good morning, everyone. Our resource person, Dr. Martin Lowery, is Executive Vice President, Member, and Association Relations of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. He is an inductee to the U.S. Cooperative Hall of Fame, the highest honor bestowed on individuals who have made heroic contributions to the cooperative community. Lowery serves on the board of the National Cooperative Business Association. He is chair of the National Cooperative Bank Board and serves on the executive committee of the Consumer Federation of America. He is U.S. representative to the board of the ICA and is chair of the ICA Cooperative Identity Committee. So cooperators, ladies and gentlemen, to speak on deepening our cooperative identity, our resource person, Dr. Martin Lowery.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I wish I was with you in person, as I'm sure you all do as well. I would like to give you a little bit more of my background as it relates to the Philippines. As I was introduced by Edsel, I spent my career with the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, otherwise known in the Philippines as NRECA. And my organization in the early 1960s was privileged to look at a feasibility study for electrification in the Philippines and recommended the development of rural electric cooperatives. That has been, in my opinion, very successful. And I know quite a few of the folks in the rural electric cooperative movement in the Philippines, as well as within the NEA, the National Electrification Administration. I first visited the Philippines for the 40th anniversary of the NEA in 2009, and very much enjoyed my visit to your beautiful country. I've been back since, and it's been in a less celebratory mode. It was because of Typhoon Yolanda and the fact that the United States Electric Cooperatives put together a funding arrangement to support the recovery for those electric cooperatives, particularly in the central Philippines, who suffered so badly from Typhoon Yolanda. So I visited again, it was 2013, and we went to Leyte, of course, and looked at the most damaged cooperatives. And it was one of the more emotional experiences of my life, in fact, to see the horrible devastation and the massive need for recovery support. And in leaving the area, the memory I will always have is of a makeshift cemetery memorial in front of a church with many, many makeshift crosses, each of which had the names of multiple family members, and in some cases, entire families. I know that the Philippine people are resilient, and I know much has been done since Yolanda, but I also know that you are subject to that kind of severe weather in all areas of the Philippines. And I constantly hope that the next typhoon doesn't hit. I hope to be back again soon, and my next trip should, of course, be to Mindanao. In thinking about your opening, the fact that you have a prayer and a pledge, and the fact that during the anthem, the national anthem, you have the cooperative principles at the bottom of the screen. And finally, that you have a vision. All of that, I think, is much of an indication that your own understanding of cooperative identity is already well in place. And it would make no sense for me to simply recite the cooperative principles and talk specifically about each principle. That has been something that you all know quite well. In fact, it's incorporated in your 2008 Cooperative Code, Philippine Cooperative Code, as is the definition of a cooperative, as put forward in the statement on the cooperative identity. So I thought what I would like to do is simply talk about some of the issues that we see around the cooperative identity, and I hope that this conversation will be helpful to you as you do the breakout sessions and think about specific ideas that, as Rami said, would make the practical issue of living the cooperative identity something that makes sense to everyone. So I'm going to start then with a difficult question. And the question is, why does it matter? Why does a cooperative identity matter at all? And I'm going to make three cases for you. One is the concern about actual survival of cooperatives. The second is the question of how a vision can actually represent a strategy, competitive strategy. And the third is to talk a little bit about the dual nature of cooperatives, that is the economic efficiency as well as the social responsibility. And in everything I'm talking about, I believe there will be relevance to the specific topics that have already been put forward that you'll be talking about and assigned to in the breakout sessions. First of all, on the question of survival. There is an issue as cooperatives grow, and this happens all over the world, that because of the pressures on growth and the pressures in the competitive environment, there is a tendency to walk away from the cooperative identity as though it's of interest, but not that important. That what's important is the ability to compete. What's important is the balance sheet and the operating statement health. What's important is that we know our direction within a particular sector of the market. And I think that that can be fraught with danger in terms of the actual survival of the co-op. And I'm going to give you three examples that are current examples, or at least within the past decade or so, that suggests we need to be very, very cautious about not taking the cooperative identity itself very seriously as we do our work within whatever sector we're involved in. So the first example is out of Canada, and it is the Mountain Equipment Cooperative, a very large cooperative in Vancouver, British Columbia, that was in the business of recreational equipment, hiking, camping, mountain climbing, bicycling, and so on. Within the past year, Mountain Equipment Cooperative became Mountain Equipment Corporation, meaning it was acquired. How did that happen? There is a long, long thread of discussion on the internet by members, I should say former members of Mountain Equipment Cooperative, who believe that the cooperative lost its way, that their membership in the cooperative had at one point been really important to them. They felt they identified with it. They were part of it. They were listened to. New products would come into the stores based upon interests of the members. And suddenly it became like any other department store. Very little variation, quality dropped, all on the basis of competing with the for-profit businesses that were involved in recreational equipment. And over time, the membership lost interest. That led the board and the CEO to wonder what the point was. And in fact, they concluded there was no point, and they decided that they would look for a buyer. Now, of course, we know that there are protections under our bylaws and articles of incorporation, and there are in fact protections within the Cooperative Code of the Philippines regarding how you can sell the organization or how you can dissolve it and have the assets acquired by someone else. Well, they succeeded, and Mountain Equipment Cooperative is no longer. Mountain Equipment Corporation may not be a business that the members would further support. In contrast to that, look across the border in the United States, and you have REI out of Seattle, Washington, very similar. They do the same kind of recreational equipment. They're very, very good at it. They more recently made the opposite decision. They expanded their name formally to REI Co-op. I have REI cooperatives in the Washington, D.C. area where I live, and they are very, very member oriented. They ask questions. They really want your input. They have even put in granite, in stone, in the front of one of their newer buildings in Rockville, Maryland, welcome cooperative members. So you see a very interesting contrast there. The second is an issue that goes back to 2012 in the United Kingdom. And that involves a very, very large cooperative called the Cooperative Group. They were a multi-purpose cooperative in all types of businesses, as some of the Philippine multi-purpose cooperatives are. And let me share with you The Fall of the Ethical Bank, which is a book about the dissolution of the cooperative as we knew it. We had a great celebration in Manchester, United Kingdom in 2012, which was the International Year of Cooperatives as designated by the United Nations. Months after that, they financially dissolved. And they had to go into bankruptcy court, and they were reconstituted, still as a cooperative, but really, really downsized. The CEO was gone, the board turned over, the board members who were appointed by the bankruptcy court to deal with the assets and the creditors all were non-cooperative people. They were all for-profit investment type people. It is hard to know whether the cooperative group will ever recover. Now, contrast that to the same type of multi-purpose organization in Finland, SOK. Well, SOK is a very thriving cooperative, growing, exciting. They are very much participating in the international cooperative movement, and they are very much involved in innovative approaches to the future of the cooperative enterprise. And finally, in the United States, we lost an electric cooperative because the CEO and the board chair decided it was time to become a for-profit company. They bought the proxy votes for many, many of their members by reducing their electric rates or giving them a higher dividend. And they got to 51%, and they sold the organization. They did an initial public offering to become a stock-held corporation. What happened after that is that the new owners raised the rates by doubling them, and they left the ranchers and the farmers in this area of Texas in such a situation that they could barely survive because the electric rates were too high to do the irrigation that they needed for their crops and for their cattle. Contrast that with Kauai in the state of Hawaii, that is the newest electric cooperative in the United States, that was created by the citizens of the island by buying the assets of an investor-owned company that wished to sell. They are now a very thriving cooperative with very strong membership involvement. And because of the membership involvement and the cooperative listening closely to the members' needs and interests, they are moving more quickly on renewable energy than any other organization involved in electric utilities around the world, regardless of whether it's a municipal utility, investor-owned utility. They are doing exceptional work, and they're far ahead on a per capita basis to hit 100% renewable energy within the next 10 years. The second argument as to why it matters is vision. The vision that was already represented in this meeting, all members enjoy better quality of life. That's accompanied by a vision that's been used throughout the world, supported by the ICA, that cooperatives build a better world. And finally, a week from Saturday is the Cooperative Day, International Cooperative Day, and the theme is Rebuild Better Together. So what do those three have in common? The word better, the sense that we can do better, we will do better because of the nature of who we are, because of our cooperative identity. And that's something that rings true from the point of view of purpose. We all need purpose. And when you look at the possibility of employees having a strong sense of pride and loyalty in the organization, in the possibility of the members really feeling they have strong value in the organization, purpose matters. And in those visions of building a better world, having a better quality of life, there is something that rings really true for us as human beings, especially when you look at that list that we saw from Rami about the type of issues that we are facing around the world: the wealth gap, environmental degradation, poverty, extreme concerns about our future and holding together and resiliency. And the third is that in order to avoid this direction that suggests maybe being a cooperative doesn't matter so much anymore, as much as simply competing, we need to think about the fact that in our DNA, our dual nature really is to present economic efficiency in the marketplace, but also to meet the social and community objectives that our members are looking for us to meet. So that would be my argument as to why cooperative identity matters. We have to worry about the potential of literally losing the business. We need to think about the idea that vision, a better world, a better life, does create a sense of purpose for both employees and members. And we need to remind ourselves that we have a dual responsibility as cooperatives, not only to economic efficiency, but also to giving back to the community and taking seriously our social responsibility. Now what I'd like to turn to is a little bit of the history of how did we get where we are? How did we get to 2008 in the Cooperative Code of the Philippines? How did we get to today on the cooperative identity, the statement of cooperative identity being used all over the world? And I'm saying this in part because I want to talk about the evolution of this. It didn't just happen. It's been an evolutionary process that's gone on since 1844 in Rochdale, England, when a group of textile workers decided that they could do better on buying commodities like flour and sugar and butter. And they created the Rochdale Society for Equitable Pioneers. And in order to make sure that they could preserve the trust of the members who put up that initial capital to create the cooperative, they created a set of practical rules. The rules were very practical. They were not philosophical. And it was particularly to make sure that people knew that the money entrusted in them would not be wasted. In fact, the last principle, which is really related to education, and the principle we have today on education, information, and training, that was really about saying, we will audit our accounts and we will make sure that our members have clear transparency and that they see the balance sheet as often as necessary. They also had a plank that talked about the need for gender equality, that all members were equal, women and men equally involved in the cooperative. Well, it was about 50 years after that, 1895, that the International Cooperative Alliance was created. And at that point, the International Cooperative Alliance, the ICA, was tasked with promoting the cooperative principles. So we went from practical rules to principles. And then we fast forward to actually just before World War II. In 1937, there was a World Congress of the ICA in Paris that for the first time reviewed the principles and made sure that they were seen as critically important to all cooperatives. Why were they doing this? It was because of the rise of fascism in Germany and Italy, which of course led to World War II. And their concern was that this movement could in fact reduce the impact of cooperatives, and therefore it was important to compare the principles and think about how critical they were. 30 years after that, a World Congress was held in Vienna, and that's when Principle 6 was added. But it was cooperation between cooperatives. Today, it's cooperation among cooperatives. What's the difference? Cooperation between cooperatives really was about trade. We can trade with one another. It's in our best interest to do that. I think that the change that was made in 1995 at the Centennial Congress in Manchester to cooperation among cooperatives, and you may want to talk about this in the breakout session, is that there was more to the story than cooperative trade. What the bigger story was how can we create new synergies amongst ourselves by looking not only at cooperation within a sector like financial services or electric services or health services, but also across sectors. So when we think about social responsibility and solving some of these much larger problems that we face in the world today, what would it look like if you look at housing and energy cooperatives together, financial housing and energy together, as we're dealing with the impacts of climate change? That's just one example. So cooperation between cooperatives came forward in 1966, but then 30 years after that, 1995, we have a change of the wording to cooperation among cooperatives, which makes perfect sense. I'll come back to that in a little bit. At the same time, in 1995, and this was the 100th anniversary of the creation of the ICA, we had the addition of Principle 7, which was commitment to community, and the cooperative definition that you know, and the cooperative and ethical values were added as well. Hence, we had, by 1995, the Statement on the Cooperative Identity, which then translated into the International Labor Organization, an agency of the United Nations, accepting this as a legal definition, and then many countries, including the Philippines, incorporating the wording into law. So that's a short history of how we got where we are. And I'll talk in a few minutes about the meeting in Seoul, Korea, which is where do we go from here on the principles. But it's an interesting history because it is an evolution, and it will always be evolving, because the principles themselves were never intended to be simply set in cement. They were always intended to be relevant to the world as we see it today. So we have consistency from 1844 to today on the first 5 principles. If you line them up side by side, when you look at the cooperative as being open, democratic, with member equity input, with autonomy, and with a critical commitment to education, that's been consistent throughout the years. What's different and new is cooperation among cooperatives and commitment to community. So when we think about practical applications of the principles, I would suggest a lot of thinking and work should be done on the last 2, Principle 6 and Principle 7, as they relate to that dual nature of economic efficiency and social responsibility. So then when we talked about putting the principles or the identity itself into practice, I would suggest we begin to look a little bit closer at the cooperative values. I've thought for a long time that the cooperative values are somewhat underestimated. The values themselves are self-help, self-responsibility, democracy, equity, equality, and solidarity. Those are principles that only cooperatives can really claim to have. Values that cooperatives could really claim to have. Self-help actually is translated into other languages than English as mutuality, that it's mutual self-help. We're working together. But we also have that self-responsibility that we need to commit to as individuals and collectively. Democracy, equality, equity, and solidarity really ring true for so many people around the world today who feel that institutions have failed them. And talking about those values and living those values, I think, can be very, very useful. Couple that with the ethical values: honesty, openness, social responsibility, and caring for others. How could anyone today, looking at the problems we face in the world, not say that's critical? every organization, every enterprise should operate with honesty, openness, social responsibility, and caring for others. And cooperatives have a special ability to do that because of the nature of the relationship to the members. So my suggestion is that we start to place more emphasis on the values, and we will be producing a document that will be in advance of the Congress in Seoul, Korea in December, literally looking at how the values are the foundation for the principles. It's something that has been needed for some time, and we are in the draft stages of completing that work and literally mapping how the cooperative values of self-help, self-responsibility, democracy, equity, equality, and solidarity map into the 7 cooperative principles, and the same with the ethical values. Although I would argue that the ethical values themselves are in many ways more foundational. And that really gets into the question of, do we have a unique culture? Is there such a thing as a cooperative culture? And I would say that if you consider culture to be the combination of values and behavior, we absolutely do. It's those cooperative values and the ethical values driving how we behave on our day-to-day work that really creates the cooperative culture. And that culture does many things. As I said earlier, it creates a very strong sense of purpose, both for employees and for members. It creates employee retention and loyalty. It creates member retention and loyalty. And one of the things that one could consider is asking the question on each of those cooperative values and ethical values, how well are we doing in practicing those values? How honest are we in all of our business transactions, in all of our employee relations? How open are we with our members and with our employees? How transparent, in other words, are we about how the business is doing, where we're going in the future, what strategies we're putting forward? Do we really have a level of social responsibility that we can point to and measure in terms of the actions that we take with our members? And finally, how caring are we about others? How inclusive are we in caring about others? Or are we somewhat discriminatory in terms of who we focus our attention on? Those are questions that I think are worth asking, and we can all do better. We can all do that soul searching. It says we believe in our cooperative identity, but just how strongly are we achieving it? Then I would say, if in putting this into practice, if we are looking at the values as driving the way we think and how we behave in our cooperatives, and hence building that strong culture, which I know many of the Philippine cooperatives have. The next thing I would say is the principles really need to be treated as an integrated whole. Yes, there's 7 principles, but all 7 interrelate. And a cooperative can't be judged just on one or a few of the principles. We're judged on how well we execute all of the principles. And as I've said, the first 5 are very operationally oriented. This is how we run the business. It's one member, one vote. It's economic participation. It's being open to anyone who wishes to be a member on a voluntary basis. But it's the last 2 that I think are more aspirational and need practical applications. Again, thinking about your breakout sessions, the idea that we truly have concern for the community, the idea that we intend deliberatively to develop relationships with other cooperatives, even cooperatives that are not within our cooperative sector, are ways in which we can begin to think of the principles as coming alive and in practical ways. Finally, I would like to talk with you about what our thinking is this year leading up to the World Congress. There have only been 32 World Congresses in the entire history of the ICA. So this is a very special event. It won't be a General Assembly, there won't be voting, it will be a dialogue, and a dialogue about the direction that we're taking in our identity. Hence the title, Deepening Our Cooperative Identity, both in terms of what you're talking about in your assembly this week, as well as what we would love to continue to talk about as we approach December 1st to 3rd in Seoul. So we're looking at 4 different areas. First of all, a self-examination of our identity, similar to the kinds of questions I've been asking here. How strong is our brand as a cooperative? How inclusive is our governance? Do we have things that need to be done better in our educational programs? And that includes the role of educational institutions in training and educating on the cooperative model. And finally, how strong and successful are our partnerships with government, and how do we ensure that those relationships allow us to keep our independence and autonomy? So we're going to do that self-examination. The next thing we want to do is ask, how do we strengthen our identity? One big issue we know we all face is the digital economy. For those of you today who are involved in financial services, you know very well that fintech, the financial technology issue, is both a competitive issue and one in which we need to strengthen our capabilities. I know that well from being on the board of directors of the National Cooperative Bank. Critically important that we understand how to address the growing digital economy. That also includes, by the way, data privacy, and the cooperative principles apply very much to that conversation that's taking place globally. The next thing we have to ask ourselves is, can we strengthen our ethical value chain management? We're all involved in value chains, supply chains. Can we strengthen them in terms of ethical decision-making in those supply chains? Third, and this one I think is a really interesting and important one, what about entrepreneurial innovation? How much time do we spend thinking about the future from the point of view of truly being entrepreneurial and taking advantage of opportunities that are going to be the best that we can offer to our members? And one that we always work on and always will is our future capital needs. The uniqueness of our capital structure being driven by member equity is always one that has to be addressed, because we are in the business of putting people above capital, but our capital requirements don't go away. Our capital requirements are there. Then, having looked at examining ourselves and asking where we can strengthen ourselves, we want to look at what our commitments are. And this is where your breakout sessions can be very helpful, as they would feed into this more global discussion. What is our commitment to the survival of the planet? And there were 2 items that Rami talked about. One was environmental degradation, and the other was climate change on that chart. Both very critical. Secondly, we have a very unpeaceful, conflictual world. Perhaps we always have had, but at the present time, it seems like that is a growing concern. So where is the idea that cooperatives can play a role in creating a more peaceful world, a more harmonious world, based upon how strongly we commit to the stability and the growth of our communities? Third, how committed are we to global cooperative development? It's an area that I think we have huge opportunities in, where we can grow the cooperative movement. We're creating new cooperatives, expanding existing cooperatives, looking at new ways that the cooperative model can solve social and environmental and economic problems. And finally, thinking about the pandemic and how horrible this has been for all of our lives, how do we deal with crisis management in a way that we don't have to play catch up? There is much to discuss, and we will be discussing it, about cooperative responses to the pandemic, which all over the world have been really, really very good. What lessons can we learn from that so that our commitment to addressing crises in the future is something that becomes a more natural matter for us? And I think back again to Typhoon Yolanda and what we have been doing since then, new and differently, to avoid such a catastrophic consequence. So we have examining our cooperative identity, strengthening it, committing to it, committing to making that identity work for us in solving global problems, and finally living our cooperative identity. And this is where the living our values really comes in. Making sure that rewarding jobs are available to all, that they're decent jobs, that they pay well. Having accessibility to health and social services for all. Enhancing food security. And looking at the nexus between affordable housing and energy. So that, in a nutshell, is the direction that we're going to be taking on deepening our cooperative identity in Korea in December. And we hope that many of you will be involved in that dialogue. The work you do in this assembly really has an important connection into that dialogue. And I want to finally say that that dialogue is not going to end on December 3rd, 2021, as the meeting ends. We're looking at it instead as the next stage in the evolution of our cooperative identity, the next opportunity for us to look at the principles and ask whether anything needs to be modified, added, changed in the principles, because they are changeable and they have been changed, and particularly on cooperation among cooperatives, Principle 6, and commitment to community, Principle 7. What can we do to really build on the intention of those principles that will benefit our individual cooperatives, as well as our regional, national, and international relationships? And I will stop there and would be happy to have a conversation before you go into the breakout sessions. And thank you very much for the invitation. And I hope to be visiting in person soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Thank you for raising questions and issues that are really important for our breakout groups to revisit when they go back to their groups. You mentioned several issues and you raised questions that I think will trigger the discussion. I took note of one of the three points that you mentioned when you asked the question, does the cooperative identity really matter? And one of them, the second bullet was vision. Our vision right now in Mindanao, all members enjoy better quality of life. This was formulated and agreed to by the membership during General Assembly in 2018. And since then, many of our member primaries have been adopting this vision as their own. So it's very important. I thank you for emphasizing that. It's very important to us. It's a confirmation that we are in the right track.
Thank you for saying that, Rami. I had planned to talk about it because when I looked at the material that you shared with me, it struck me right away. And the idea that the word better is in all of our formulations of vision, I think is something to explore further. We really do mean it. We really do want a better quality for everyone.
In fact, in our General Assembly tomorrow, we will be, the Assembly will talk about how do we measure this. We will come up with recommendations, indicators on how we will measure this better quality of life of our members every year. So we will do this every year so that we can say at the end of 5 years that we have really achieved it. It's very important.
Right. Excellent.
Okay, we have some questions, Mr. Lowry, from sent by email to me and through our WOVA platform. We are using the WOVA platform. So let me just put to you some of these questions. The first one is about putting into practice the cooperative values and principles, which you actually emphasized earlier. Uh, this is usually left to the decisions of individual cooperatives and their leadership, which could lead to inconsistencies, subjectivism, and so forth. Now, the question is there an objective way or means by which we can prevent this?
Let me suggest that the opposite can also be true. That if we make sure that we respect the autonomy and independence of the individual cooperative, and we respect the principle of subsidiarity, which I noticed is actually in the Philippine Cooperative Code, the idea of subsidiarity. What that means is never do anything at a higher level in a hierarchy that can be done at a more grassroots level. I would say we need to strike a balance here. We need to respect the independent, the opportunity for independent thinking at the local level, and not try to be too much of an idea that you only can do it this way, that you are handcuffed to a set of rules, because that allows for innovation and entrepreneurship. And we need the innovation and entrepreneurship desperately. Now, at the same time, I think what the questioner is asking is, how do we avoid a train wreck?
Yeah.
How do we avoid a situation where the innovative thinking is actually going the wrong way? That it's not opening up more opportunity for members, and it's limiting.
Yeah.
That's something that I think we as cooperatives will always have to struggle with. And we can't really legislate in any direct sense that says you cannot do this unless it is illegal or against the legislative requirements. But we can be aspirational and we can be motivational. And I think that basically an organization like MASSPEC has that opportunity. Just the very fact that you're able to pull people together and address these things is perhaps the best safety net to ensure that. But as I mentioned with the example in Texas and the electric cooperative that became an investor-owned utility, as a national association, there was nothing we could do. We couldn't just walk in and stop them and get rid of the manager and the board. That had to come from the people. It had to come from the members. And it didn't. We actually tried. We tried to develop a membership response that said, no, you can't do that. And they went ahead and did it anyway. So it's a great question. And my answer, unfortunately, can't be black and white.
Thank you. Thank you. There's another question here from one of the participants. It says, in a world that is characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, what should co-op leaders put emphasis on foremost?
I think that we are great examples of stability and resilience. And I think that we can take advantage of that by expressing that much more clearly to other stakeholders. To give you the example that we're working on now with the ICA, the G20 is the organization of the 20 largest economies in the world. And within the G20, and they meet every year, and this is the government people and the presidents and the prime ministers and so on. That also has a business side and a cultural side, the B20 and the C20. So for the first time, the ICA now has a working group that is working on ideas to bring forward to the G20 in October in Rome that are cooperative ideas. And it happens that this year, Italy is hosting. So the Italian cooperatives are leading this discussion. And we have a chairman who's representing the ICA overall. Well, this is exactly what we're thinking about. In a world of volatility, how can we come forward expressing how the cooperative model presents stability, presents an ability to bounce back, which is what we would mean by resiliency. And next week, I believe it is, there will be a meeting with the two people from the G20, actually the C20, who are responsible for bringing these ideas forward to the G20 in Rome in October. And they want to meet with us, I mean, the working group, to learn more about how cooperatives can be a solution to these very difficult global problems. So we do have a very natural answer to the question, which is, let's be who we are, and let's make sure we tell the world more about who we are, instead of defending ourselves. You know, oh, you need to know more about cooperatives. You know, you're not listening to us. We have no visibility. We have an ability to get out there and say, take a look at what we've achieved. Tell our story better. And I think the G20 will listen.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Lowery. The third question is about the youth participation in cooperatives. Just to put this into context, we have a very small percentage of participation from our youth in terms of membership. I think it's just no more than 15% on the average. Now, the question is, how can we encourage the youth to support the cooperative movement with the co-op identity as the rallying point?
Okay, I would say first and foremost, what I said earlier about values. Don't start with the principles, start with the values.
Mm-hmm.
And they will ring true to younger people.
Okay.
Secondly, respect them. I think that we have a bit of a problem that the leadership in cooperatives tends to be older and maybe not so interested in having an open dialogue with young people whose ideas might not quite be the same or fit exactly. So respect and listening. And then third, we may have some answers on this through the ICA, because we're elevating the youth program to committee level. And that's a discussion that will be taking place in Seoul, Korea as well. So there will be just as we've done with gender, we want to make sure the youth council has a true voice. And this was discussed in Kigali, Rwanda at our last General Assembly, a real concern that we were maybe not listening. We're just giving them a place where they can talk, but weren't particularly interested in hearing from them in any direct way. So, and somehow through the election process, find a way to bring younger people onto the boards.
Okay, that's good. By the way, for your information, Mr. Lowery, this is done by some co-ops. They have youth members in the board. In fact, MASPEC has one youth member in the board of directors of the federation.
I think that's great.
Yes, we're doing it. So I've been doing it for the last 5 years or 6 years or so. Now, the next question has to do with youth as well. It says, how can cooperative leaders provide support to the innovative spirit of young cooperators?
I think it's the same answer as to the previous question, which is be open, listen, be respectful, and recognize that many of those opinions are not ideas that you necessarily wanted to hear. They can be uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. I remember a situation where we had a young person on a board of an electric cooperative who was very strong about how renewable energy and conservation should be the top priorities of the cooperative. And what made it more difficult was she was the only female on the board, and these were older men. And she basically was shut out of the dialogue. They decided that they didn't need to hear this, didn't respect her. And finally, she left the board. And I thought that was a tragedy, a real tragedy. And they really didn't have any right as board members to be disrespectful or to not allow the opinions of a duly elected board member to be heard. And that's what we'll face with younger people. So openness, transparency, And honesty, that gets into the ethical values. How honest are we if the young person comes up with an idea that you think absolutely will never happen, or we tried that before? How honest are we about saying, I don't think that idea will work? Or let's talk a little bit more about why you think this way, because I'm not sure that that fits into our mission or our values. That type of a dialogue.
Okay, the next question has to do with the sixth principle that you stressed earlier is very important: cooperation among cooperatives. Could you give, I think you explained that when you talk about among cooperatives, it has to be across sectors, not just within a sector. Can you give us specific examples of this in certain countries and possible globally as well?
Sure, I'll talk about one that we're talking about in the United States right now, as recently as yesterday, and it has global implications. If you look at climate change as potentially catastrophic to the globe, we know we need to act. And the idea is to reach a net zero on carbon emissions. And that means every industry, every business, every individual. How do you get to net zero? Meaning you don't have any increase in carbon emissions at all. And the idea we're talking about is, what if we took that on as a cooperative network in the US, and we asked each sector, so housing, energy, finance, health, to start a dialogue with one another as to what things could be done to reach net zero. And it's not an easy answer. It's not as though you'd say, well, we just need to use less electricity, or we need to buy an electric car and not do any more gas guzzling vehicles. Those are interesting pieces, but they don't get to net zero. You have to get there through technology. You have to get there through housing that is truly insulated. And if you had that cross-sector dialogue, does that create a level of innovative thinking throughout the cooperative network that perhaps gives some breakthrough ideas? We're very insular, in my opinion. We very much stick to the business that we are in within our sector. And I've been trying for years to get electric cooperatives to look across the fence to the credit union and say there are things we can do together. And I would say the same in the Philippines. Ask the question about how much of a relationship do the electric cooperatives have with the credit unions and vice versa. When you think about, let's say, financial services as they relate to energy efficiency. So much can be done, but that's my concrete example. We know that climate change is a life-threatening problem. We know what's happening in terms of extreme weather. We know we have to get to net zero. So why don't we do it through Principle 6?
Okay, thank you. Last question. There's a last question here, and it's a rather sensitive one for co-op leaders here in Mindanao. For the last 10 years or so, cooperatives have been branching all over the place, but this has led to competition among them as well. We'd like to ask your opinion on this. Is this healthy? Or if not, then what could we do to improve on this situation?
Okay, so my first reaction is that is generally unhealthy, because the bigger competitors are waiting to take you over anyway. So the competition between one another or among one another just creates a weakness that allows the bigger competitors to eventually win the game. So that's my first answer. My second answer is, it's a terribly difficult problem because you have the right to compete. You have the absolute right to compete. It's an open market. But I do believe long-term collaboration is going to win over competition. You have to compete with the investor-owned side, right? But collaboration within the cooperative network, I think, will yield greater results. For example, in my sector in the United States, we created technology cooperatives to deal with information technology. or originally data processing. Now, we could have had competition throughout with a lot of players in there, you know, IBM, Honeywell, all the rest. And even some of our own members decided they were going to get together and create a competitive alternative and compete. So cooperatives competing with other cooperatives for data processing services to cooperatives. Well, the winner turned out to be a secondary level co-op that had the economies of scale to really deal with information technology at a level that it kept up with changes and created a very cost-effective delivery system that was able to go from time sharing back in the 1960s, where you had time sharing on big computers, to mini computers, to PCs, and now back to internet and the use of apps, all in a period of what, 50 years. Without that, we would have had competition going back and forth for who's got what level of computing power, and I think we would have had many fewer electric cooperatives today.
Okay, there's one more question here in the chat box. It says cooperatives should deepen their identity, but also develop their external relationship, especially with government. The question is, how does cooperatives in other countries contribute directly to the economy of the respective countries?
Well, there's a lot of data on that, and a lot of that's available through the ICA on the economic impact of cooperatives to their national economy. The first part of that question, though, on government, this is really a mixed bag. I briefly said earlier that the cooperative has to protect its independence and autonomy from government reach. And that's very, very important. The worst cases I know right now are still in Africa, where there was a law that was a model law that was used throughout African nations to create, it was a cooperative law, but it created an agency. You've got the Cooperative Development Authority, for example, but these agencies were created to have total control over the co-op. And so I remember sitting with a minister of cooperatives in Ghana, in West Africa, who said to me, I'm proud of the fact that I can shut down a cooperative, I can fire the manager, I can get rid of the board, I can change the strategy of the co-op, and that's the way it needs to be. They need government control. And I said, I totally disagree with you. And we finally got that done. We finally got the law changed in Ghana so the cooperatives have independence. So that's the worst case. And in fact, that was really bad in Eastern Europe during the Soviet Union, where basically it was total government control and it gave a bad name to cooperatives. So if that can get solved, which it can through legislation, then I am a true believer in public-private partnerships, that there is a positive role for government to play, and that includes standards. It includes financial support through multiple vehicles, including the ability to create low-interest lending, and that type of thing. And that can work very, very well. I think in the US, it's working great. Right, but it wasn't necessarily working great a few years ago. It varies. It can go back and forth in terms of who's controlling a government agency. And I have been in meetings with the Department of Energy in the Philippines, dealing with this very question about, the REA, the Rural Electrification Administration, being a partner as opposed to a controlling agency. So it's an ongoing dialogue that needs to recur, and we need to protect our independence and autonomy, but government can certainly be a partner and a friend.
Okay, thank you. There are no more questions. I don't see any more questions in the chat box. So at this point, we'd like to thank you, Mr. Lowery, for this very enlightening talk. I'm sure when the groups will go to their breakout rooms after this, they will carry with them uh, the points that you have raised during your this 1 hour discussion. I just want to just one thing that I took note of during your presentation earlier. You said something like we believe in the cooperative values and principles. That's true among, I mean, our co-op leaders, they do that. But the question you ask is, are we doing it? Are we, are we, are we seeing it or achieving it, these values and principles? So I think this is what the whole conversation we will have in the breakout groups will do, to really translate into action many of these concepts, the principles and values that for us right now are really just concepts. We need to translate this into concrete action. As the saying
And
goes, yes.
right, let me say that is absolutely great. And you're not alone. Every country, including mine, has to be asking those same questions. And we are. So I think we're at a great point in the evolution of the identity, as I discussed it, to have these conversations. They're necessary, they're important, and I think we come out stronger as a result.
Yes, so thank you. Coming from you and from ICA for that matter. By the way, we are a member of ICA. That's really, really important. It carries some weight. So we'll end now our session with you, and we will now, Karen, will proceed to the breakout rooms. Thank you again, Mr. Lowery. Thank you.
Thank you. I much appreciate it.
Karen?
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, thank you, Dr. Martin Lowery, for that very in-depth discussion and for sharing your perspectives on how we here, the cooperatives in the Philippines, can deepen our cooperative identity. And for sure, everybody here were able to capture a lot of points, no, that they could reflect back in their cooperatives. Right? And we
I
would
hope
like
you-
to request everyone to hit the reaction buttons, please. You can find it at the bottom of your screen panel. Okay, now we are moving on to the next
Karen,
part of our
I think Dr.
program.
Lowery is trying to say something. Karen?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Lowery was trying to say something.
Dr. Lowery.
Oh,
Wala na.
wala na.
Okay, so moving on, I would like to share screen again, my slides. So I would like to request everyone to please direct your attention on the screen. Okay, where's my slides? Okay, can you see my slides on your screen? Please give me a thumbs up. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so now we are having the breakout grouping. So I hope the host is able to set up our breakout rooms now. Can you give me a confirmation, Sir Fritz, Mac? Okay na atong mga breakout rooms? Okay, for the breakout assignments, I would like to brief everyone first of who will be your facilitator and documenter per breakout room. Okay, so on your screen, I am showing now for breakout group 1 or deepening the cooperative identity, your facilitator will be Ma'am Evelia Sator. And at the same time, the facilitator is also the reporter. And the documenter for this group will be Ma'am Sheila Banyaga. For breakout room 2, differentiating cooperatives from other business, your facilitator will be Ma'am Emma Nieva. And your documenters will be Lani Arda and Carmel Neri. And for breakout group 3, increasing competitiveness of cooperatives, your facilitator will be Ma'am Viola Chozon. And your documenters will be Karen Cruz and Janeline M. Cortez. And for breakout group 4, cooperation among cooperatives, your facilitator will be Sir Jimmy Beray. And your documenters will be Mary Ann Abuso and Almira Matalines. For breakout group 5, technology and innovation, your facilitator will be Sir Edsel Medelo, and your documenters are Janibet Rejas and Grace Hamudyong. And for breakout group 6, environmental and social responsibility, facilitator will be Sir Ray Gauran, and documenters will be Gian Calibog and Ma'am Maria Isabel Menyosa. And lastly, the breakout group 7 will discuss new initiatives in agriculture and health services and many more. Your facilitator will be Sir Edgar Caballeda, and documenters are Charisma Kahulugan and Janelle Ditinco. Okay. So at this point, I hope our host can now launch the breakout rooms. And as soon as the rooms are launched, everybody, you are already assigned to a breakout room. You will automatically be moved to your breakout rooms. Okay, Sir Fritz. Hello. Hi. Hello. Yes, Ma'am Yols, I'm already here. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes yun, Ma'am Biol. Ma'am Biol? Ano wala? Ma'am.
Hi.
Dali.
Na-timer po. Ano daw, sorry. Nalagyan ng
Hello.
timer.
Pwede pabalik sa breakout. Nawala kami doon.
Hello, Ma'am Yols. Slides on your screen. Hello, Ma'am Yols. Yes, ma'am.
In what way? You know, the difference
pero ako, nagkutabato na mga sakinan.
Hello, Sir Felix. May buntag diha.
Sir Fritz,
Hello,
hello,
hello.
hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes, yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So welcome
Welcome back
back
to the main gallery, everyone.
Nag-echo.
Nag-echo.
Okay.
Nag-echo si Karen.
Mic test. Sir.
Clear. Okay na.
Okay.
Hear you, Karen.
Sorry, medyo may delay yung ano yung boses ko. Okay, thank you so much. So hopefully everybody had a great time, no, in the breakout rooms and also participating actively, no, in answering the questions. Okay.
Karen, let us welcome Mr. Balo Ayer. Hello, sir. Welcome.
Hello, welcome, Sir Balo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great.
Very much.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good noon.
No.
Well, it's evening here.
Okay.
Good day. Hello,
Ka-
Karen. Are we now ready for the next topic, Karen?
Go ahead, Karen.
Yes, pass. Go ahead, pass.
Okay.
Karen,
so yeah, I'll be the one
Okay.
to.
Hello, everyone.
Karen.
Assigned, oh. Hmm.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. Welcome back to the main gallery. Okay. Sorry about that. So at this point, we are now moving on to the next part of our program. So we will be having the second speaker.
Hello, Karen. Are you out? Cut off?
Hello, I'm sorry. So can you see my screen? I'm now
Not
screen
yet.
sharing the slides.
Not
Still
yet.
opening. Still opening.
Not yet.
Walang makikita.
Very low ang internet connection siguro ko yun.
Bitaw,
Wala.
ganina pa yun, ani po na.
Okay, nalag out po.
Do you have problem at your end, Karen?
Nalag out pa. Okay.
Baka, please.
Madunggan ko. Okay,
Yeah, we
so
can
at
hear
this
you.
point, I would like to request Sir Edsel Madelo to introduce our second speaker. Sir Ed?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Karen. Again, good morning, everyone. Our next speaker, Mr. Iyer, was born and educated in India, receiving a degree in civil engineering from the National Institute of Technology at Durgapur and a postgraduate diploma in rural management from the Institute of Rural Management at Anand, India. Mr. Iyer worked in India in cooperative development before moving abroad to work on Asian regional concerns for overseas agencies, and in particular in Bangladesh, Nepal, and the Philippines, as well as India. Most recently, he worked on Asian development projects for the Asia Foundation, headquartered in the United States. Mr. Iyer speaks Bengali, Hindi, Tamil, and Telugu, as well as English. So once again, help me welcome
20,
our
30,
next
40.
speaker to discuss on cooperative identity, a competitive or a liability, Mr. Balu Iyer.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be part of your Cooperative Leaders Dialogue. I have a PowerPoint, and I was told that it would be shared from your side. Okay. I decided today to wear this T-shirt, which was presented to me a couple of years back when I was in Mindanao. And I noticed that Romi's T-shirt looks a bit darker. So I don't know whether that's the T-shirt for this year. So if it is, look forward to receiving that too. Again, let me begin by congratulating you all on your Congress. I went through the program, very elaborate for managers, youth, gender, and today this dialogue. And what I was asked to speak about is more in relation to the cooperative identity. How much is it a competitive advantage for us, or is it a liability? Every time I visit the Philippines, I see a very palpable excitement from members about addition to the Billionaire Cooperatives Club. So there is a lot of excitement that this cooperative is now part of the Billionaires Club. And I also see awards being given out for millionaire cooperatives, billionaire cooperatives. So I'm quite intrigued, for I'm not sure whether the excitement is for the billionaire part or the cooperative part. But when I look at some of these cooperatives, they all had started from very humble beginnings and today have reached their great heights. So being big is no disqualification for being a cooperative. I think we should celebrate this. But at the same time, the question asked, and which Martin in his presentation also talked about, are these still cooperatives in a real sense? And I think this is a fair question to ask, for many in the sector also emulate these large cooperatives. They want to follow them. So what is set by these large cooperatives is followed by the others. So I think this question about cooperative identity, is it more advantageous for us when it's as a competition, as it liable, I think is an important one. And so my presentation today is based from the findings. We've had a series of regional consultations. Martin mentioned that in December, we'll have the 33rd World Cooperative Congress. So in the Asia Pacific region, we decided that we would have a series of consultations. And the first one, in fact, we had with members in the Philippines. And in the next couple of days, we'll have with members in the Middle East and North Africa. So during these consultations, we've tried to ask the question about what is it in our cooperative identity? What does it stand for? How does it help us or not help us? And so my presentation today will be based on some of the findings from these consultations, and also a review of some of the literature out there and some of the discussions that I've had. So can you go to the next slide, please? Again, there are no definite answers. This is, I think, a topic for discussion. It has been one for a number of years. The case studies which Martin presented are reflective of the continued discussions which is there. But I think we are at a point in time where the urgency for this discussion is accelerated, and we are at a crossroads. So what road that we take will have a lot of ramification. This particular slide talks about, and you all are very familiar with it, in terms of the cooperative values and principles. It's just a reminder that these have been placed since 1845. And the statement of cooperative identity was formulated in its current form in 1995. And what it makes clear is the dual nature of cooperatives. One, it's an association of persons coming together for their common economic and social interest, but at the same time, it's an enterprise. And this is where I think the dual nature between the association and the enterprise, that leads to a lot of issues when it comes to competition and how we should be in the marketplace. And the important thing is the values. Again, Martin in his presentation mentioned about the importance of values. That has remained constant. It's a tradition which started with the founders, and it has remained very relevant to this day. So what has changed are in the principles. I think the principles are evolving. It's a living document. And the first 5 principles were there right from the beginning, but number 6 and number 7 were added in recent times. So the question is also, as we move towards the Congress, are there other principles that we need to be, that should be added? Is there, given the current context, is there something that we need to be adding to these? There's a lot of talk about peace, issues around race are being discussed. So maybe that's something when you all are looking at the cooperative identity, it's also to look at in terms of are there more in terms of the principles which need to be added to make cooperatives more relevant today. Next slide, please. So these are some of the points which have come out from the consultations that we've had. And they talk about that relevances, cooperatives have thrived in times of crisis. Many new cooperatives, even in the Philippines, some of the cooperatives, which are large cooperatives today, started from crisis of indebtedness that people face and responded to that. The current pandemic crisis, again, has thrown up a lot of issues. And there is, again, the possibility that there are new types of cooperatives which could come up. Romy, I think in his opening mentioned that economic and social inequality has kind of become a permanent fixture. And cooperatives, we talk about self-reliance, and we talk about having to look at both the economic and social aspect. So I think it's, again, ingrained within us. The competitive advantage. I think recent studies have shown, and during the last question and answer, there was talk about youth and how do we engage youth. And recent surveys, recent studies have shown that the youth are looking at organizations that are values driven. And as cooperatives, we talk about being values driven, principles driven. So I think definitely, again, there is the opportunity for us to be engaging using this to engage with youth. And cooperatives work hard to promote inclusion for people from diverse backgrounds. So I think that's another advantage that we have in terms of ourselves being inclusive. The question again for me, which comes and what is highlighted, is the utility of is it the utility of the business of community that comes first, or is it business profitability? Does it come first? So I think those are two questions for us to consider. So there is, I think, the connection between the principles and values which cooperatives talk about, which is relevant in the current times, which could be our competitive advantage. And next slide, please. So what came out during these consultations was that while the principles are in place, there is the question about the practical applications. And some of these related to there being a lack of focus on promoting and teaching cooperative principles. Members thinking of themselves more as borrowers rather than customers, or rather than as owners, more as borrowers than owners. And we say that in a cooperative, the members are the owners, but that again doesn't seem to come out. Many are registered as cooperatives, but operate like for-profit companies. The emphasis again is on selling cooperative products and services rather than the cooperative as an entity. What does it stand for? More competition among cooperatives than cooperation. This was also mentioned earlier. There is high liquidity of funds available among cooperatives, but then it's not managed or used within the system because some of these financial cooperatives tend to be much more insular and siloed. And cooperatives seem to think that autonomy and independence is just being on their own rather than being part of a federation or part of a union. And then even historically, when we've looked at cooperatives, they moved from the primary level, moved on to the union level, to a federated level. And that's what brings the scale, economies of scale, the more visibility. So I think there seems to be a mismatch between autonomy and independence and then being part of a larger cooperative structure. So what comes out of this are two aspects. One is there is the duality of issues which we need to look at in terms of one as an association, what do we stand for, and how do we look at members as owners, and the other is as enterprises. What is it that we say we are, but what is it that we don't do? So I think this is something which came out during the consultation in terms of what members felt. Next slide, please. What I'd like to touch upon is what is this book by Daniel Cook, which talks about cooperative management as an effective model adapted for future challenges. And in this, what Daniel talks about is that there have been 6 structural changes which have taken place as far as cooperatives are concerned, and which is affecting this association versus enterprises issue. Sorry, the previous slide, please.
Go back to the previous slide, Ka.
Sorry, can you go back to the previous slide?
I think there's some technical glitch.
Okay, so let me touch upon what was there in the previous slide. What Daniel talks about is
Previous.
Yeah, one more slide back. Okay, thanks. So he says there are 6 factors which have affected cooperatives. The first is market failure. Historically, like I mentioned, cooperatives were formed because of market failure. It could be immediate example which comes to mind is credit cooperatives, which was started because members were finding it very difficult to access credit. The money lenders were very usurious, and so they joined and formed cooperatives. But as we look in current state, the market conditions are not the same. There is, again, because of technology, because of access, market failure doesn't seem to be as much as an issue these days. It is still, but not as much as it used to be before. The second structural change which he talks about is the evolution of the concept of membership. And what he's saying here is that members and employees these days do not seem to see the cooperative difference. They seem to think that it's something very they as users and not really coming to understand what the cooperative difference is. The third structural change is the size of membership. Earlier, it used to be that cooperatives are much smaller in scale, they were more manageable. But then over time, as members have increased, the size has grown. So what's happened is that because of this large membership, it's a collective action issue, free rider issue. People, members think that, okay, as long as I benefit, I'm getting what I need. I don't really have to bother with the ownership part of the cooperative. I don't have to really be that engaged in the decision-making process. So I think that's related to the size of what cooperatives have become. The fourth structural change concerns ownership. Again, like I said, members do not recognize themselves as owners, but look at themselves more in terms as customers. So, and that's the fourth structural change. The fifth structural change is in the areas of cooperatives. They seem to be very similar to the competitors. So whether in terms of products or they look at in terms of what are the services offered, they find that, again, cooperatives are talking just in terms of products and services, and they don't really are talking about other aspects, and this is more to attract membership. And the sixth structural change is isomorphism, which is means being very similar to your competitors. And I'll touch upon isomorphism in the next slide. So these are some of the structural changes that have taken place. The couple of questions which come up here is when we talk about competition, we tend to talk largely about the private sector, saying there are private companies which we need to compete with in the marketplace. But what's happening in many other countries is this evolution of social enterprises. Again, these are enterprises started which have a social dimension to it, but they also have a business dimension to it. And in many countries, because of the way in which social enterprises can be structured, youth are getting much more attracted. And if we see the number of social enterprises being formed across countries, so the numbers are increasing. So it's not just the competition is only with the private sector, but then there are also social enterprises, which again, when it comes to the private sector, we can talk that, oh, they are very market-driven, investor-driven. But then the same argument doesn't hold with social enterprises, and they could be real competitions for us. And then also the issue of politicization. How much does it really affect the working, and what kind of changes, how much it inhibits or facilitates us, I think is something which we need to also take into account. And of course, disasters which affect, I think the Asia Pacific region is very prone to disasters, and that's something which we need to affect the way we, in terms of changes that happen, the resilience and being able to continue rather than step back. So these were the 6 structural changes. Let me, next slide, please. Let me talk briefly about isomorphism, which has also been mentioned in Daniel's book. Next slide, please. So when we talk about isomorphism, it's how much, it's whether cooperatives are starting to resemble the competition that we talked about. And so it's also known as shape shifting, that you look very similar to your competition. And this can happen at two levels. One is what's called the competitive isomorphism, where it's needed to remain efficient and competitive. But what it results in is homogeneity with your competitors. And one simple example, again, talking about financial cooperatives, when we talk about our products and services, there isn't much, when you look at it, there isn't much difference between what we say and what the private sector competitors say. So in a sense, because we need to be competitive, we tend to talk more about in terms of products and services and on points which others are talking about. And so it doesn't really distinguish us from others. And the second form of isomorphism results from institutional. And here, there are three types of isomorphism which we need to take into account. One is a coercive isomorphism. And this is more in terms of when we talk about, look at regulations and what kind of pressures put on us, that we need to start, cooperatives need to start looking very similar. And that's because it could be the regulator, it could be the standard set which says each one needs to be similar. And so that's one kind of isomorphism. The other relates to the mimetic isomorphism, where each organization is modeling themselves as other organizations. And this again doesn't have to be with competitors, but cooperatives can ape other cooperatives itself. Okay, they are doing something this way, so we need to also be doing this in a similar way. And the third kind of isomorphism is when we look at the type of, in these enterprises, when we look at the managers, when we look at employees, in terms of their qualification, in terms of their background, there's a lot of similarity across. So again, there isn't much which you can distinguish between say a cooperative or a competitor. So these kind of isomorphisms, what it does is it makes us look very similar to others. And these are done because of competition and that we want to look the same, feel the same. And so I think it doesn't look at what is it that distinguishes us. We look more at trying to imitate rather than put across what differentiates us. And isomorphism is something which doesn't happen overnight, but it creeps in. So it's a good thing. We could look at our organizations and see how are we different in things which we say, or are we different? So this is something which we need to keep in mind, that over time we start looking very similar to others. Next slide, please. So here's what, based on both the competitive elements of isomorphism and the structural changes which have taken place, Daniel has come up with this quadrant model, where on the one axis, on the y-axis, you have the intensity of cooperative principles in terms of how well are cooperative principles applied. And on the x-axis, you have the market principles, how intensely how much are we adopting the market principle. And based on this, he's drawn 4 quadrants. There's quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. So quadrant 1 is where there is more emphasis on the cooperative principles and less on the market principle. And this is where, when cooperatives start at the initial stage of creation, they are started to meet unmet needs. So you'll find that cooperatives start with quadrant 1. But as time goes on, as cooperatives mature, they tend to start, or as they are looking at more evolving and trying to develop their business. So there is there tends to be a shift. So quadrant 2 is where the principles drop, and so you're also starting to slowly start to ape some of the market principles. So here in quadrant 2, the changes are not problematic, but then it's something which is slowly the market principles and looking at the market slowly starts to creep in. Quadrant 3 is where there is less emphasis on the cooperative principles and much more on market-driven principles. And this is where I think the cooperatives can either make or break. And Martin, in his previous presentation, had spoken about the Mountain Equipment Cooperative, which was started, and I too had it. The next slide is on Mountain Equipment Cooperative, but I won't touch upon that. It was started by 6 young people, university students who wanted outdoor equipment. But and then it went up to becoming a very big brand in Canada. But then from quadrant 3, they got shifted out, and that's something which once a cooperative reaches at quadrant 3, it's at a stage where it's much more driven on market principles rather than the cooperative principle. And so quadrant 3 can be the make or break. Either you get move away from being a cooperative to either a private company, or you get demutualized in many countries, or you could move upward. And quadrant 4 is where you have high cooperative principles and the market principles. So when you look at this, the 4 quadrants, quadrant 1 and quadrant 4 are where cooperatives are strongest in terms of their principles. But then many a times we land up in quadrant 2 and quadrant 3. And when you all are doing this exercise, you all are looking at your strategic planning, looking at how you all should move forward. And I think this is a good exercise to look at in terms of placing members and seeing which quadrants do we fall under. And if you are in 1 and 4, great. But then if you are in 2 or 3, then that's something which we need to pause and reflect and see what is it, why are we at this stage, and what is it that we should be doing. Next slide, please. I'll skip Mountain Equipment Cooperative because this is something which Martin has spoken about. But again, it's a big loss for the cooperative sector in Canada because they were, as Martin mentioned, MEC was very well known. But one positive thing which has happened is because of this controversy, it generated thousands and thousands of signatures. And it was really a big issue as far as cooperatives went in Canada, where there were signature campaigns asking MEC not to privatize. And what it shows is that there is still interest, there is still potential for a new MEC to come up, as long as you ensure that your members' interests are kept in mind. And what MEC had not done is it looked more and more at the market, at the competition, and not itself as a cooperative. And so from quadrant 3, instead of going up to quadrant 4, it just dropped out. And one example here, which I would like to talk about here, again as a cooperative failure, is the PMC Bank in India. This was a large cooperative bank, which has been around for a long time. But because of internal governance issues, lax oversight, the cooperative mismanagement, there was a lot of fraud which was unearthed, and the government stepped in and they closed the cooperative. Members were left in a lurch for a very long time. The deposit was stuck, and there was a lot of hue and cry which went on for months. And the government then gave the option that if there was anyone interested in coming forward and buying this cooperative, then they would be open to that. And what happened very recently, just a week back, is that a private company stepped in and said that they would be willing to buy PNC Cooperative Bank, and they plan to convert it into a private bank. So it will no longer be a cooperative, but a private bank. Many cooperatives in India rue that why didn't these other large cooperative banks who have a lot of money on hand, who could have come together and bid for this bank, why didn't that happen? And that's a question, I think, for us to also consider. What is it that we can do when such situations arise? It is very likely that cooperatives, banks may fail, or some other cooperative may go into trouble. But then if we have to revive them, is it possible for us to come together and the principle 6 in terms of cooperation among cooperatives, is it possible to put it into practice? That's something which, again, for us to consider. Next slide, please. Let me now talk about an example of a cooperative which is in quadrant 4. And this is the cooperative in, again, Daniel Coates' book, to a large extent, he's looked at cases in Canada and the US. So when he looked at the 4 quadrants, and what he found is that majority of cooperatives these days fall in quadrant 3, where less on cooperative principles, more in terms of market principles. But like I said, a cooperative, when it's in quadrant 3, it could move from 3, either it could drop out or it could move up. And Agropur is a cooperative which moved up to from 3 to number 4. And what I found interesting is when you open their website, the first thing that they say is, we are a cooperative. We are a proud business model, and the way in which we help share wealth. So that is very evident when you open their webpage. And when you talk about their mission, they say it's a long-term, be faithful to the long-term vision of members. So they're keeping members at the center. Owners of efficient processing of assets. So they are taking the business case, the enterprise case also as part of their mission. And the third part they're saying is offering quality products to our clients and consumers. So what I found what I liked in their mission statement is they're talking about members and looking at members in a long-term sense. They're also looking at their enterprise and saying we need to be efficient in the way we do our business. And the third is the product that they offer to their clients and consumers. It should be of a high quality. So the mission statement, in essence, captures what a cooperative, in terms of our definition, in terms of our values, and in terms of our principles. And these are some of their interesting statistics about Agropur in terms of the size. They started with 86 producers. Today they have around 3,000. They have 8,400 employees, 7.7 billion in sales, and they are among the world's top 20 dairy producers. And so here is a cooperative which is putting its cooperative entity in the forefront rather than its enterprise. And the reason why Daniel Coates says that Agropur is in the 4th quadrant is because of the emphasis that they have given on members. Throughout its history, the cooperative has invested substantially in its member training, more than 6,000 days per year of training which is provided. The association and enterprise bond, which the duality, which is what affects many cooperatives, that's been strengthened. So they've looked at both the association and the enterprise part through a democratic structure. So they have facilitators, they have cooperative advisors, they have solidarity committees. So there is an ongoing dialogue. And I did notice when Romy made his presentation, he talked about mass spec and in the different ways in which you're reaching out to members. So I think it resembles very much what this particular cooperative is doing. And what they've talked also is that their premier position does not prevent them from developing their competitive position also. So this is the reason why this is again an example of a cooperative in quadrant 4, which has high emphasis on the cooperative principles and also high on market principles. Next slide, please. Again, a little bit of theory here. It's all well and good to talk about the association and the duality aspect. In all these, I think there will be trade-offs. And that's something which each cooperative needs to look at when we talk about association. Where do we focus on? More on association, more on enterprise, a balance between it. There needs to be a balance, but then each decision that's taken, there is a trade-off. And this is something which, again, an economist by the name Drahim from Germany, he said that there are three things which determine as far as cooperatives go. One is the immaterial part, which is you can't really measure, see it directly, but it's the social dimension of it. The second is the economic accounting, which is much more the profit for, in a business sense, how much profit are you making? So that's one element of it. And the second is profit for members, economically caring. So how much do you invest in your members? So these are three things. So what are the kind of trade-offs that can happen? One, if you look at social success, when we want to look at the social dimension of it, the trade-off is in terms of how much do we spend on the social dimension versus reinvesting in our assets. And similarly, it could be how much do we spend on the social aspect versus transferring it to the members. When we look at the profit aspect, it could be, again, how much do we transfer to our members and how much do we reinvest in our assets. So these are, so it's not always easy. The challenge always is how much do we invest in ourselves, how much do we invest in the business, how much do we invest in our members. So it's there needs to be a cohesion among all three. Next slide, please. And this is again something which Daniel talks about in his book, that we need to have a cohesion, and the cohesion needs to be a group of members who have the same purpose and values. So this is the cohesion between members. There needs to be a cohesion in the enterprise, meeting the needs of the member association and the needs of the economic activities of the enterprise. To be a cohesion between the cooperative strategic capabilities and its key success factors. So you need three types of cohesions, and what Daniel has developed is what he calls the cooperative equilibrium model, where you have at the center the cooperative business model, what kind of structure we have in place to develop the associative practice. This is more focusing on the members, their involvement, and how do we ensure that members feel that they are the owners rather than just a client or a customer, versus what kind of structures do we have which looks at the business practices which needs to ensure that we remain competitive. So there needs to be a cohesion between these two. But at the same time, we also need to look at the macro environment and what kind of what's happening there and how do we compete, and also look at our cooperative network to see what kind of strategies we have in place, what kind of resource capacities that we have, and what kind of capacities we are developing in the network. So I think what we need is an equilibrium which looks at both the association and the business aspect of it. Next slide, please. So when we talk about competition and the market advantage, so what is it when we talk about our competitors in the private sector? What is it that that the advantage that we have? Is it they have? Is it the product? Is it the private label? Is it that they are more efficient than us? Is it that they have more access to capital? Is it that they have more human resources? Or is it that they do more research? If we look at all these questions, so are any of these which cooperatives cannot do individually? Or even if we cannot do it individually, can't we do it as a group? So I think we need to be looking at what is it that differentiates, what factors are the private sector or the competitors, on which of these elements are they doing better, and is it something which we could do individually better, compete with them on these, or do we need to come together as a group? And that's, I think, the reason why the principle 6 in terms of cooperation among cooperatives had come up. So this is something for us to consider. Next. And the question is, what is it that cooperatives do that advantages the competition? One, we believe that through growth, we will lose our identity as co-ops. So I think there is always that fear that are we growing too big? So that our fear for growing too big is an advantage for our competitors. There is a problem with our accountability and the incentive systems which we have in place. There is a thing saying, okay, how much can we pay or not pay, and what is it that we can do? So which could again advantages the competition. Sometimes our decision making and the governance process could be cumbersome, which again could help our competition. It's also said that there is insufficient rewards for talented leadership. Again, the competition could take advantage of that. And there is an aversion to business, profit, and management. So I think these are some things which internally we need to be looking at, and things that we don't do. Maybe these are what we do are what is advantaging the competition. So the question is, are we having a culture that is driving out talent? So something to keep in mind when we look at competition and what we are doing or what we are not doing. Next slide, please. So again, I come back to the consultation that we had, and we asked the question, so why cooperatives and does identity matter? And so what came out, again, this is something which was being put in the presentation which Romy did at the beginning, and growing inequality, political and social divide, real threats by climate change and rampant pandemic. Social and economic transformation is at the heart of recent movements to meet, which are being led by youth and women across many countries to address to environmental, economic, and social challenges. Even businesses in different corners of the world are reframing their purpose. They are talking more about stakeholder, not shareholder. They're saying we are no longer shareholder driven, but stakeholder driven. Even businesses are talking about that. And new models are emerging, which are centered on advocating ethical values and common good. So when we look at all these points about what's happening, these are all at the heart of what cooperatives are. So we ought to be leaders rather than followers based on our distinct cooperative identity. And this is what provides us with the legitimacy as enterprises in the services of people and the common good rather than just on capital and profit. So our cooperatives and identity matters. Next, please. So what is the way forward? And again, there are a lot of points here. I'm sure, I hope this PowerPoint, if you all are interested, I'm happy to share it. I'll just touch upon a few points from this. One is, how do we unlock the cooperative differentiation for potential members and the community? We can't just talk in terms of products and services and just attract members. Then they'll be more as clients and customers, but not as owners, which is what they should be. So how do we differentiate ourselves with potential members? How do we demonstrate the unique added value that we bring to our members? And what should serve us as the logic of use as opposed to logic of capital? Because that's where I think the difference comes in. We are much more member driven, not capital driven. We also need to look at the key differences, compare ourselves, like in the couple of slides before, I pointed out, what is it that differentiates us with the competition? One, we need to look at it in terms of the cooperative principles, the associative nature, and the business nature. So what is it that we need, what are the key points of differences, and how do we either build on it or move back from it? That's something which we need to look at. How do we sustain the unique meaning of the relationship between members and the cooperatives? Again, Martin mentioned about REI in the United States. I'm also a member of the REI, but then, frankly speaking, I look at myself more as a client and not as an owner member of the cooperative. And I'm sure that's the case with many credit union members, that this relationship seems to be getting lost somewhere. And more that gets lost, there is the real threat of being dropping out from being a cooperative. And then how do we, I think the final part is, how do we look at the information, training, consultation, decision making, both with members, with the board of directors, to ensure that there is a strategic fit between governance and the business dimension. Next slide, please. This again came out from the regional consultations, where it was mentioned we need to look at present cooperatives as a modern way of doing business that brings together, works together for the common good. The focus should be on the member of the cooperative and the membership aspect rather than the client and customer aspect. We need to go back to the spirit of volunteerism, which opens up spaces for youth to come in, use as much as new technologies as possible. And the pandemic has thrown up the need for technology and the importance of technology. Again, technology is just a tool. It cannot come in front of other way of working. We should have indicators in place which looks at both the business aspect of it and the association aspect of it. And I'm very glad that Ronnie mentioned that Aspect is planning to look at the social indicators. Yes, social indicators, economic indicators, but we also need to look at the association, the membership, what kind of indicators we can have in place, which looks at the principles in terms of participation, in terms of involvement, and how much do they think it's happening. That cooperative leaders, and I think this is a very important aspect about our leaders. How much are we role models? How much are we being emulated? How much are we providing that direction? They want that leaders should be the role model, and that we need strong examples. And that's something which we need to be much more. We need to talk about all our pluses rather than the negative. When we hear about cooperatives in the news, it tends to be all the negative which is happening and not the positive. So how much can we talk more about the positive aspect and successful examples which are happening? Next, please. There are a few areas, as we all discussed, to look into. One is there anything in the Act that is preventing cooperatives, making it easier for people to form cooperatives? How do we advocate with government for policies that encourage development of cooperatives, participation and representation of youth in cooperatives? Looking more on data, looking at how much contribution we make to the economy. How do we promote the co-op brand? And how do we do more research to innovate, integrate, and demonstrate the cooperative model? Next, please. So what we think we need to be doing is, we need to be an economic entity that is inclusive, encourages equality and participation, promotes products that support good health and a sustainable environment, and nurtures cultures where the heart and soul of community finds expression. And this is something which I'd like to leave with saying, when the world changes, opportunities change as well. What we do can change who we are. And when we do something new, we often begin to become something new. We struggle when our identity doesn't match the reality of the world. When in doing so, our identities may just be reshaped for the better. So I think What it says is there are opportunities. We need to see how we leverage the opportunities, and our identity and thing can get reshaped, but then we should not let go of opportunities which are there. Next slide, please. I just wanted to use this opportunity to flag a few events which are coming up, and I'd like to encourage you all to spread the word. One is on July 3rd, the International Day of Cooperatives, with the theme Rebuild Better Together. I'm sure you all have things planned. Do share with us how you all are celebrating this day. And I'd like to congratulate all of you for in the Philippines. I think the month of October has been declared as the cooperative month. So again, you all will be celebrating then too, but then International Day is on July 3rd. From July 27th to 29th, we are having the Asia Pacific Cooperative Youth Summit, the third iteration of it. And this is an online event. I'd like to encourage you all to encourage youth from your cooperatives to register and be part of this. In December, we have the World Cooperative Congress, which will look at the deepening our cooperative identity. A lot has been talked about it. And with the Congress, we hope to have the regional assembly and the regional board elections on November 29th and 30th. I'd like to use this opportunity to welcome you all to take part in both the Congress and the regional assembly. Next, I think that's the last of my slides. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you again for the opportunity. And I would be more than happy to respond to your questions.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Balo, for I will be the one to moderate the forum. And before that, we would like to acknowledge your colleagues in joining us this Cooperative Leaders Dialogue under MASPEC. We hope that we can really engage more in the future. So thank you very much also for sharing with us those insights and points for consideration in all the upcoming regional dialogues, especially in how we can really strengthen the cooperative identity. So we have some questions here that has been emailed to me, and some is from the chat box. So the first question that I would like to raise, or we would like to raise, is coming from, this is a similar question that was also raised for Dr. Lowery. This is in relation to the current experience that we have, that the competition among cooperatives, or the branching out, specifically the branching out, leads to competition among cooperatives. So what do you think of this, that primary cooperatives are branching out? Is this healthy for the movement, or for the cooperative movement? And if it is not, what can you suggest for the cooperative to do?
Yeah, I think when we look at Principle 6, it talks about cooperation among cooperatives. So, but that doesn't discount, for me, competition is important, because competition helps us to be more efficient, to be more responsive. So competition is good. But then it doesn't, again, as cooperatives, I think our advantage for me comes in working together, because when you look at the private entity, they are huge. They are very much more resourced, much more endowed. So we can't take on us as individually. So there are areas, I think, where we can cooperate in terms of sharing resources, sharing ideas, sharing technology. Let me just give one example from Kerala in India. There's a labor cooperative there called the Uralunga Labor Contract Cooperative Society, ULCCS. And they are a worker cooperative which is into construction. They build bridges, they build roads, very competitive cooperative. They're I think 98 or 99 years old. And they bid for competition with large companies, private sector companies, multinational companies. And so very recently, they wanted to bid for one of these large infrastructure projects. which I think requires companies to put deposit up front. And in this case, I don't know whether it was around either $200 million or something equivalent to that. ULCCS did not have that money. So what they did is they went to all their primary cooperatives, the primary cooperative banks in the region, in their area, and went to them and said, look, you all have money lying with you all, which is not put it's your members' money, which you all use to give interest out, but it's not being put for productive use. So why don't you all have a general assembly and take a vote of your members whether you would like to invest in our cooperative? For if we all pool our money together, it will give us the money, this 200 million, which we need to bid for this project. And so primary cooperatives in the region came together, they had their assemblies, and they said, yes, this is a wonderful idea. We are going to invest in not only in a cooperative, we are also going to invest in building an asset. This is also going to give cooperatives the visibility that is needed. So they all put in their money and ULCCS was able to bid. So this is, again, an example of cooperatives coming together and saying that there are ways in which we can come together and support. Again, this is not just a direct example of competition, but more of cooperation. But it still is the point that we have resources which does not necessarily we use to compete, but resources which we can use to cooperate. So I think we also need to, I think even in this competition, I think like for example, like I said in my presentation, when I go around in many countries and look at credit cooperatives and others, when they put out, what is it that they are putting out? They're saying, oh, we offer at this interest rate, we offer, we give you this benefit, this facility, etc. But those are all very not thing on the real benefits, and the cooperative difference doesn't come out. So can all cooperatives who are in the credit field itself come together and say, this is how we are going to promote the cooperative difference? So again, you will compete, but you're also at the same time highlighting what cooperatives are and what difference that we make. So I think there are different ways in which we can think about competition and cooperation. Competition is fine, but then cooperation is even more important.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balu. I think that example, especially for the savings and credit, is now being addressed by the MASPEC under its managers forum. They can talk about cooperation, especially in relation to the interest on loans or savings. Now, in relation to that, there is still this continuous following, as you have mentioned. I think there was it's like the mimicking or really copying the strategies of the market, and or the competitors, and adapting it to the point that cooperatives now, especially here in Mindanao, cannot be distinguished from other market players. Now, if this can be avoided, what can you suggest to address this? This can be very helpful to promote the cooperative identity.
I think there are two things in my slide which I mentioned. One is the isomorphism, where we need to, it is more looking very, very similar to what the competition looks like. So we need to, I think, and the second aspect is the 4 quadrants, which I mentioned about 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, looking at ourselves, in which quadrant are we? Are we in 1 or 4? It's great. If you are in 2 or 3, 3 is the more dangerous one, because many a times you can fall off easily, or you can still be in that quadrant, but you're no longer, you're becoming much more driven toward the market. So I think these are 2 elements that need to be kept in mind. And we need to see in terms of when we are competing with the market. So are we just talking about competing just on the products and just on the business side of it? How much are we actually promoting the and these days, especially given technology, earlier, I think one of the advantages which cooperatives had was that we were much more rural. We were in the areas where private sector didn't want to go in. So it was a turf which cooperatives had, and it helped in terms of bringing members together, showing our difference. But these days with technology, people have access. Sitting in the village with your smartphone, you have access to the products and services. So I think if you're just going to look at it just in terms of our products and services, it's going to become more and more difficult to compete, because if I, as a member, I'm just going to look at if somebody else is offering the same product at a different rate or a better rate, I'll go with him. So we need to start looking more, I think, in case if we want to retain our competitive advantage. I think it's with how we look at giving emphasis on the members, giving them them feeling as owners. The members are supposed to be owners of the cooperative, and if they don't feel as owners but just look at clients, then I think it's going to defeat our purpose. So the competition, I think, it's not just looking at it in terms of the business end of it, but I think we may be losing sight of the association part of it and the member part of it, and how do we strengthen that is what I think is going to determine whether we move out of quadrant 3 or we move up to quadrant 4.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Balo. You have made mention one of the co-op, no, in the agricultural sector, the agro-poor or agri-poor, which is a good example for the quadrant 4. And you have also made mention in relation to cooperation among cooperatives and this workers cooperative working with the credit cooperative and a joint venture or something. No? In your experience being with the ICA, there is this question: is it possible for ICA to provide platform or a space where, for the case of the agricultural cooperatives, can have an exchange of their products, no? Maybe inter-country exchange, or in the case of the workers cooperative, is there also a possible of sharing of experiences and matching skills, or maybe like providing the resource pool to a certain cooperative in other areas? Is it possible for ICA to provide such platforms?
Definitely. I think I'll just talk about the workers cooperative first and then come to the agricultural cooperative. I think what the pandemic has shown is the sectors which have been very badly affected are the services sector, agriculture, credit, consumer, because people were all working from home, they still needed to eat. So agriculture was important. It needed to get to them. So consumer cooperatives were fine. But then the sector which was most badly affected are the services sector, which largely comprises of the workers cooperatives, and the social sector. And in the Asia Pacific region, we tend to have more of agriculture, more of credit cooperatives. The social and services sector, workers sector, cooperative sector, it's there. But I think the pandemic has shown that these are sectors where we need to be doing much more. And so we would like to, from the ICAP region, one of the priority is to look at the workers cooperatives and see how we can develop that. So definitely, yes, we would like to provide. We already have an informal platform, but that's a whole area that we want to be looking into. Coming to the first point which you mentioned about agriculture, yes, we have again in the AP region, we have not only the agricultural committee, but also the ICA has the ICAO, which is the International Cooperative of Agricultural Organization. So the interest is there. The interest is there to make see how we can provide platforms for cooperative products to be traded across countries. But again, we've not developed a platform as yet. But what we have right now is the business office in Malaysia, which helps to connect members who are interested in getting into business or getting into trade with each other. So it's much more to a facilitating role. So what we would like to see is see if we can provide a platform across the region, and that's something which we would like to look into going forward.
Okay, we have a last question here from the chat box. This is, I think, from Workers Cooperative. So looking into co-op identity, is tax exemption a privilege of cooperatives, an advantage, or a liability? So what is also the practice in other countries?
Again, yes, tax exemption is there across. It's not just unique to Philippines. Even in many other countries, cooperatives are provided the tax exemption. And also there are questions being raised in terms of by the government and by the competition again. Why is it that cooperatives are being provided this tax exemption if they're just doing what we are doing? So what is so different? So I think that's where I think the difference for me is the exemption or benefit that we get is not just to benefit the enterprise, but how we use it back reinvest it in the members, reinvest it in the building capacity training. I think we need to talk about the tax benefits and other exemptions that we get. Not if it were a private company, it would go back to the investors or it could go back into profit sharing or thing. But in a cooperative, that's not the case. It's not. It gets invested back, and so that's the message I think we need to be putting across. Yes, exemptions help, but then how is that exemption being put into use? Is it just used for the business part, or is it more used to reinvest and build member capacity, build the strength of the members? I think that's where, for me, the essential difference comes.
Here is the last question. What you can suggest to the cooperatives in the Philippines to internalize or translate the cooperative values and principles into action and to become more competitive, to make it a more competitive advantage rather than liability?
Let me be very clear. I think from what I've heard and seen about MASPEC, or what I've seen in a few other federations which have visited in the Philippines, I tell cooperatives outside or members outside that Philippines is a good country for us to look into, and emulate. And why do I say that? When I look at the gender policies which are there in place, it's ingrained. I think so. That's one thing which is very positive in the Philippines. The second is the emphasis which is given to youth through the laboratory cooperatives, to the different. Again, you all mentioned about representation on the board. So I think those are two factors which are very important, and it's looking ahead. For again, when we talk about cooperatives, the current members and who we have now, I think they have played their part. They have brought us to where we are at this point in time, but we are looking ahead. And so we need to be cooperatives in order to competitive, to grow, to meet needs. We need to look at the future. And so how well do we encourage young people to come in? And like I said at the beginning of my presentation, competition is, for me, when I see, it's not just the private sector. It's some of the social enterprises which are forming at a very rapid pace and which are getting support from government, which are getting support from the private sector, from companies as part of the corporate social responsibility, from foundation. For me, that's another big threat for the cooperative, not just the private sector. So if social enterprises is attracting youth, how do we show that the cooperatives are a vehicle which can attract youth? So those are two things which are very positive as far as the Philippines goes, and we need to do more. The emphasis, I think, in order to look at more the identity. I think it's to look at how members feel about their cooperative. Are they just looking at themselves as clients or as customers, or are they looking at themselves as members, as owners? So how much do we keep the member at the center and look at their interests? And just again, as an example, I talk more about the credit and savings cooperative because that's a big part of what the cooperatives in the Philippines are. Many of these members are aging. They've been loyal members of the cooperative during their productive years, but now they are aging. How much are we looking at their needs? How much are we continuing? If it's not directly in terms of their direct products, but what are their other needs that we are looking at as these members age? Are they still as much? Are we still engaging with them as much, or are we finding that you played your part, now we don't need you? So I think this whole looking at current members, aging is going to be an issue. How do we address that? So keeping the members at the center, and many of the cooperatives are also multi-purpose. So you have a range of services that you can offer your members. So how do we look at keeping the member at the center, providing the services, giving them the feel of ownership, and making sure that they are central to what we do? I think if we do that, then I think they automatically, much of these competitive interest and other factors can be taken on board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balo, for all the insights that you have shared to us. With this, I would like to return the floor to our MC, Ms. Karen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pastor Cromwell Robaya, and thank you also to Sir Balo Ayer for that very insightful presentation. Okay, so at this point we are now before Sir Balo we end Sir Balo's segment, let's give him a round of virtual applause. Please hit your reaction buttons on your screen panel. You can see the reactions. Thank you so much. Okay, at this point, the groups are ready to present their output from the breakout session. So we will have the presentation according to the exact sequence. We'll start with group 1. So if group 1 is ready, I would like to request the documenter, please host.
Miss Ka, dili ko
Yes.
ka present.
Okay.
Di ko ka share screen.
Host, please assign Ma'am Sheila as co-host so she can share her slides, please. And then for the succeeding groups, please get ready. So we will start with group 1. Group 1 discuss deepening the co-op identity. Our presenter or reporter.
Okay. Good noon. Good noon to everyone. We are happy to report on the results of the discussion of Breakout Group 1. The discussion focused on the need to deepen our cooperative identity. The question is, what needs to be done to ensure that cooperatives consistently put into practice all the cooperative principles? So the responses are the following. Review policies and business practices to ensure that they are consistent with co-op values and principles. Number 2 is integrate co-op values and principles in co-op plans with key performance indicators. Then integrate co-op values and principles in the continuous co-op education and training for members, officer, and staff. For since we gave also 2 questions, but we will summarize the answer to questions number 1 in a separate report to be given to you later. So that's all for group 1 result for cooperative dependent identity.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Ma'am Vel Satur. Okay, so let's give group 1 a virtual round of applause. Hit your reaction buttons. Okay, so there will be no Q&A for this segment. So let's proceed to group 2. Okay, group 2, please.
Ayong udto sa tanan. Group 2 had 34 active participants. Our group discusses on the differentiating cooperatives from other businesses. And breakout session 2 answered the question, what should be done to effectively differentiate cooperatives from other businesses? The participants' responses are the following. First is ensure that in our day-to-day business in the co-op, especially when dealing with members, that we demonstrate the meaning of co-op values and principles. And second, ensure that the services of co-op translate to improving of the lives of the members so they can see the difference of the co-op compared to other businesses. As to the first question, it will be sent out separately since we are only sharing the response to question number 2. Mayong udto and good noon to everyone.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Emma Nieva. Okay, let's give group 2 a virtual round of applause. Hit your reaction buttons. Okay, group 3. Ako na di ay. Okay, wait. I'm just sharing my screen. So our reporter for group 3 is Ma'am Viola Shozon. Ma'am Viola?
Good noon. It's almost lunchtime. In group 3, our topic is on increasing competitiveness of cooperatives. Our question was, what should cooperatives do to ensure that they remain competitive in the present market environment? These are the following are the responses from the participants in group 3. Next, Ms. Ka. Number 1, competitive technology integration, education, and digitalization. Number 2, innovative products and services, market penetration and innovation. Number 3, enhancement of policy. Number 4, collaboration and linkages. The answer to question number 1 will also be shared to you separately. Thank you. That's all, Ms. Ka.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Viola Shozon. So that's our output from group 3. Please give us a virtual round of applause. Okay, next is group 4. Presenter will be Sir Jimmy Baray on cooperation among cooperatives.
Okay, Maman.
Yes,
Please.
sir.
Please. Okay. For the group 4, I would go directly to question number 2. What should cooperatives do to rectify or improve on the present situation? So the number 1, conduct dialogue among co-ops to address competition. Number 2, CDE to issue rules and regulation from CDE to be followed on transacting and collaboration among cooperatives. Number 3, pass a resolution in this 47th General Assembly to lay down the guidelines for co-ops in branching out to other locations. Number 4, standards and regulations should be rectified and to be monitored by the Federation. Number 5, the CDA must issue a memorandum circular to unify all cooperatives through NATCO and MASPIC merging. And that's all. And thank you also to the COP leaders who shares also this one, who participate in the conduct of this the 7th principles cooperation among cooperatives in the discussion. Thank you, Ma'am Karen.
Okay, Okay, thank you so much, Sir Jimmy Baray and Group 4. Let's give them a virtual round of applause. Okay, hit your reaction buttons. Okay, we'll proceed to Group 5 on technology and innovation. So we'll have Sir Edsel to report their output. Sir Edsel.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ka. Good morning. Breakout Group 5 looked at technology and innovation as an important subject that cooperative have to pay attention to right now. And we asked the questions whether the cooperatives in Mindanao are ready for the digital future. We also asked them what we should do to leverage technology and innovation to improve the overall performance of cooperatives as a sector. Here are the most common answers to these questions. Number 1, collaborate with other cooperatives and institutions for adoption in the new technology to improve our services to members. And then number 2, prioritize budget for technology and innovation. Number 3, capacitate personnel in IT technology. And number 4, redefine business model of the cooperative that is innovative and technology enabled. So thank you very much, Ms. Karen.
Thank you so much, Sir Edsel. Okay, let's give Group 5 a round of applause. Please hit your reaction buttons. And now, Group 6 on environmental and social responses. Okay, Sir Ray Gauran, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Ma'am. Group 6 rather. There were 25 cooperatives to join with breakout rooms. We focus in our questions. Number 2, what can cooperatives do as a group to fulfill environmental and social responsibility? And there are answers, and we summarize it. So these are common answers. Number 1, partner with environmental groups and LGUs in implementing environmental and social programs. Number 2, pool resources with other cooperatives to create more impact in the community. Number 3, ensure that the environmental and social projects are appropriate to the needs of the beneficiaries. And number 4, expect the implementation of these projects and inform cooperatives accordingly. Thank you very much for all cooperatives who contributed their answers. Good noon.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Ray Gauran and Group 6. So let's give them a virtual round of applause. And now, finally, Group 7 to report on the new initiatives on agriculture and health services. Our reporter will be Sir Edgar Cabaleda. Sir?
Thank you, Ka. So our group is dealing with new initiatives. We have 35 co-op leaders in the group. So our question was, what can cooperatives do together effectively as a group to pursue these initiatives in agriculture, health services, and others? So the summarized responses are as follows. First, establish linkages with government agencies concerned, such as DA, NIA, DOH, in pursuing our initiatives in agriculture, health services, and others. 4 cooperatives are encouraged to use clustering approach in organizing farmers according to crops. Third, establish a system where producers can directly sell to consumers, thereby giving a competitive price and follow a fair trade practices. Lastly, encourage more cooperatives to engage in our Yakap Health Services and Agri-Best program through continuous dialogue and education. Thank you. Good noon to everyone.
Okay, thank you, Sir Edgar Caballeda. And to Group 7, let's give them a virtual round of applause. Okay, so at this point, we are now nearing the end of our program, and we are about to award the virtual plaques for our guest speakers. And this will be presented by Doris B. Calapis. Can I request host to please okay,
Good morning. Paubot ang tagamay, no? But anyhow, I hope dili tayo mo manggawas. Okay? After this morning session, we'll have the ceremonial closing of our election. No? So, ato lang tiwason siya nga event. And then we'll go directly to the closing of our election. Or closing ceremony, rather. Nag-open man ta last Tuesday, June 22, and we'll close it today.
Sini. Oh. Okay, can you all hear me? Okay, thank you so much. So we're sorry about what happened earlier. Some technical glitch happened. Okay, so we're going back to the presentation or the awarding of the virtual plaques to be presented by Ma'am Doris Calapis. Ma'am Doris. Okay, do we have Ma'am Doris now to...
Okay, so good morning, everyone. This plaque of appreciation is presented to Dr. Martin Lowery in sincere gratitude for sharing his invaluable time and insights as one of the resource persons during the Cooperative Leaders Dialogue of the 47th MASPEC General Assembly, issued on June 24, 2021 in Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines, signed Bernadette O. Toledo CPA, Chief Executive Officer, signed Doris B. Calapis, Chairperson. Thank you and congratulations.
And another certificate, Ma'am Doris, for our second speaker.
Okay, another certificate of plaque is presented to Mr. Balasubraha Manian Ayer in sincere gratitude for sharing his invaluable time and insights to one of the resource persons during the Cooperative Leaders Dialogue at the 47th Aspect General Assembly, issued on June 24, 2021 in Cagayan de Oro City, signed Bernadette O. Toledo CPA, Chief Executive Officer, signed Doris B. Calapis, Chairperson. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Doris Calapis, Chairperson of MASPEC Federation. Okay, thank you so much also to our speakers, and we hope to have you next year. If we have also our GA, face-to-face GA, hopefully next year in 2022. Okay, moving on. Okay, we will now have the closing remarks to be given by Attorney Jose Ajerico R. de Guzman, Vice Chairperson of MASPEC Board of Directors. Attorney?
Car, thank you very much, Car. Okay, good. This morning program is an innovative scheme of the MASPEC. We learn so much with the learned empirical experiences of our two speakers, referring to Dr. Martin Lurie and Mr. Ayer. The first name is too long. Their representations are excellent. They have unselfishly shared their knowledge on how to improve the cooperative institution as a way of life of the less privileged members, except those who have already imbibing themselves what is cooperative and have improved their way of life. Again, thank you very much for to our two speakers, as well as the active participations of the MASPEC delegates. Mabuhay kayong lahat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Jose Ajerico de Guzman, Vice Chairperson of MASPEC Federation. Okay, at this point, don't leave yet. Okay, I will just share my slides again. Okay, so at this point, we are going to have the attendance screenshot. So we would like to request everyone to please open your cameras and give us your best smile. And again, don't leave just yet because we still have some announcements to make. Okay. Host, requesting the main host to please help me in capturing the screen for the attendance screenshot. Okay. Open your cameras, please. Okay, Mac and Sir Fritz.
Hello, Ma'am Ka. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Okay, wait lang
Okay,
po.
so we are on page 1. How many
Page
pages do we
1,
have?
Page
7.
10. Ma'am Ka, 6 na lang ka, then 1 ko. Ay, 1 to 5. Okay lang?
6 ko. Okay.
Sige, sige.
Okay.
And, okay. Page 1. And 1, 2, 3, smile.
Okay, next.
Page 2.
I'm on 6 and 7. Okay. Okay, Mac, which page are you on?
Page 3 pa ko.
Page 3. Okay. I'm on page 4. Okay. Kinata, Mac?
Wait. Last, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, last page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So here's some, it's already on my watch, it's 12:09. So just a quick reminder for everyone. You are all invited for the ceremonial of closing of the voting lines after our program this morning. And please stay logged in on this same Zoom link, as this will also be our Zoom link for the opening ceremony this afternoon at 1 p.m. And with that, we'd like to thank everyone for joining us this morning and making this event possible. And thank you also for your inputs during our breakout session, because they will be very helpful also for the Federation's upcoming strategic planning. Okay. And finally, we will now have the trivia. If anybody is still up for some prizes. But before that, we would like to request, can I request my fellow documenter, Miss Jen, to please post the evaluation link in the chat box. Okay, chat box, Miss Jen. Okay, please answer our post-event evaluation. This will also help us improve our future events. Okay, Sir Dennis, any
Okay.
announcements?
Thank you very much, Karen. Siguro, before mag-raffle, we'll now have the closing ceremony of our voting, no? So, let us acknowledge the chairperson of our election committee, Sir Chad, for his message. Sir Chad, have the floor.
Thank you, Sir Dens. Good noon to everybody. Please share us a little time so that we can have the official closing of the voting lines. As of this time, we have more than 90% of our voting delegates had cast their votes, and our appreciation and gratitude to these people. We also thank everybody for observing and attending the opening of our of the voting lines. And for this now, we will, as chair of the election committee for the year 2021, I officially close the voting lines effective immediately. I'm turning over to the deputized, to our deputized personnel to effect the closing of the voting lines. Sir Manny.
Good morning. Good morning. As a power vested than me by the committee of the election committee, headed by our chairperson, Sir Chad, as a deputized election committee, to witness the result, printing of the result of the vote cast of our COP leaders in this election. So now, closing of the election process online. So we are now witnessing the actual printing of the result. As my colleague Sir Jerry is also made a video before the printing, and then we will affix our signature here. So after the printing, Mr. Chair, we will affix our signature on this, and we will turn over to the committee for a final declaration on the GE proper, Mr. Chairman. So here we go. Medyo hinay-hinay lang kamay printing. All right. All right, Mr. Chairman, I have here the copy of the, and then we will affix our signature to witness the result of our elections of the 2020 Right. Mr. Chairman, we already witnessed and affixed that the result of the election is verified and Mr. Chair, nawalay dagdag bawas. So good morning and good afternoon to all COP leaders. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sir Manny. Thank you, Sir Jerry. And thank you, Sir Glenn, for a wonderful job taken on this year's voting process. And we also thank everybody for being patient with us and cooperating with our voting and electoral process. Good noon and good day to everybody.
Okay, thank you so much to our ELECOM committee and to Sir Manny, Sir Jerry, Sir Glenn, and Sir Dennis. Okay, so reminding everyone again, for our opening ceremony this afternoon will start at 1 p.m. So have a great lunch, everyone. This concludes our morning program. Dagang salamat and keep safe. See you later.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
The Cooperative NATCO Party, or Co-op NATCO, is a party list in the Philippines which serves as the electoral wing of the National Confederation of Cooperatives, or NATCO. Co-op NATCO has continued to win a seat in Congress in the succeeding party list elections. Co-op NATCO Party List was created through the initiative of NATCO leaders who viewed the party list system as an opportunity to go beyond mere dependence on traditional politicians to push forward the cooperative's legislative agenda. They recognized that active participation in the implementation of laws and government policies was necessary to ensure that the desired results for cooperative growth and development would be achieved. The Co-op NATCO Party List is envisioned to be a dynamic party list empowering cooperative communities. This new vision statement of the party was crafted to suit the present-day needs and aspirations of co-op leaders and communities in the Philippines. As of March 2020, CNPL membership have reached more than 800 cooperative affiliates from all over the Philippines. Co-op NATCO Party List mission is to ensure active participation from member affiliates, continuous development and mainstreaming of CNPL officers and leaders, formulate and craft laws that protect the rights and privileges of cooperatives and be partners with the government in countryside development, partnership with civil society organizations, non-government organizations, and other stakeholders in the pursuit of cooperativism and cooperative development. The party have facilitated assistance to aid cooperatives and its individual members in the following programs. The Co-op NADCO party list vows to continuously accomplish its commitment for the cooperative sector it represents and for the country. This is your Co-op NADCO party list, ang tinig ng kooperatiba.
Adventurers Multi-Purpose Cooperative, or AMCOOP, is now one of the most successful cooperatives in the country. AMCOOP's proactive business structure makes it the preferred partner for growth and development of various companies in the Philippines. From its home in Polomolok, South Cotabato, it now has operations and offices in these locations. AMCOOP's current clients include the following: AMCOOP, multifaceted business institution. The cooperative was able to secure its reputation as a full-fledged business with diversified operations across numerous industries. Thousands of member workers support AMCOOP's job contracting requirements in the field of agriculture, semi-industrial and industrial activities, construction and engineering, and food processing and packaging. AMCOOP has expanded its network and takes pride in leading the following business ventures: AMCOOP Suites, a 12-room hotel that offers first-class accommodation with its sleek and modern interiors and superb service. Cafe 92, a signature restaurant that is now considered as a premier dining destination and boasts a personalized and well-curated menu of Filipino, American, and Mexican cuisine. Auto Hub by AMCOOP, a one-stop shop for auto enthusiasts who are on the lookout for quality auto repair and maintenance services, car accessories, tires, and quality fuels. Its components: Rapid A Auto Repair Service, Banawe Car Accessories, Goodyear Auto Care and Tire Dealership, and Sea Oil Fuel Station provide top-quality services and technical expertise to motorists and car enthusiasts. 7-Eleven franchise. Located along Cannery Road in Polomolok, South Cotabato, it is a 180 square meter property that has proven to be the favorite go-to convenience store for food, drinks, and other essentials. AMCOOP Diagnostics, a DOH-licensed automated laboratory facility that provides accurate, reliable, and timely diagnostic, prognostic, and therapeutic information to physicians and patients alike. It currently offers hematology, clinical chemistry, serology, electrolytes analysis, ECG, X-ray, and an outpatient clinic, among others. Coca-Cola FEMSA Distributorship. AMCOOP is a major distributor of Coca-Cola products in Polomolok and its neighboring localities. Print on Demand is AMCOOP's in-house printing facility that can provide an array of printing jobs from office forms to colorful glossy magazines, posters, and brochures. AMCOOP Gymnasium, a 1,200 square meter facility that may be used as a recreational facility or a venue for small concerts, general assemblies, or sports events. It was built to be cost and energy efficient while maintaining superb architecture and aesthetics. Kamari Resort and Hotel. It is projected to be a premier resort and hotel in one of Mindanao's best beaches in Gumasa, Glan, Sarangani Province. With its 14 villas, 10 hotel rooms, a Cafe 92 branch, and a beach bar, it focuses on comfort, privacy, relaxation, and great service to give its guests an unforgettable Kamari experience. AMCOOP. Compliance to legal requirements, labor standards, and social legislation. AMCOOP's strength as a legitimate job contracting is achieved through its comprehensive compliance with legal requirements through its legal team. AMCOOP, a partner in progress of the community. AMCOOP has elevated its purpose when it established the AMCOOP Foundation in 2016 with a mission to address social issues and concerns in livelihood, housing, education, environment, and social awareness by giving back to the community. One of its banner programs is the Housing Project. In AMCOOP's sincere goal to help provide quality homes for its members, it converted a 2-hectare lot into residential lots to be loaned to AMCOOP employees at a minimal cost and payable within 5 years. The AmCoop Foundation has also provided livelihood opportunities to the community through its tailoring and PPE production. It also launched the AmCoop Scholarship Program to assist and help augment the financial needs of AmCoop members in sending their children or siblings to school. AmCoop is driven by passion, propelled by professionalism, and guided by purpose. This is Adventurers Multi-Purpose Cooperative. Your trusted partner in business growth and development.
One of my mentors in Aces and Queens taught me the 70-30 rule when it comes to saving. Always take a piece of the pie to set aside. So basically, you take 30% of your income for your savings and then the rest of it is for spending. And if you keep doing it, magugulat ka na lang na malaki na pala yung natabi mo. I wanted to let my funds grow apart from having some in my savings account. And BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. The Unit Investment Trust Fund or the UITF was the best choice for me. It only sounds complicated, but trust me, it's not. BDO keeps me informed, they give me advice. But in the end, I'm the one who decides, which is why I feel like I'm in control of my investments. I receive a statement regularly and I see the balance, lumalaki siya, I leave it alone and I let it do the work. It's something that I don't want to touch just yet. When the time comes though, that I know where to use it, it's there. My investments are growing while I'm still working and it gives me a lot of freedom and control, and that's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
BPI Asset Management and Trust Corporation, or BPI AMTC, is the largest standalone trust corporation in the Philippines. It traces its history in the trust business to the early 1960s, operating as a department of the Bank of the Philippine Islands. In 2017, it was the first trust entity to have been spun off from its parent bank with its own capital, a reinforced independent trust management structure, and its own board of directors. Amidst these changes, BPI AMTC remains to be a wholly owned subsidiary of BPI and is authorized to engage in fiduciary services under the supervision of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. BPI AMTC administers hundreds of billions in assets under management, serving both individual and institutional investors with a full suite of innovative local and global investment solutions. We have one of the largest teams of experienced investment professionals that exercises a strict multi-strategy orientation to deliver above-par risk-adjusted returns over the client's well-defined investment horizon. We employ an established technology infrastructure for advanced portfolio management, risk management, and investment accounting, as well as investment planning and funds distribution. BPI AMTC manages funds of government financial institutions, top multinational corporations, largest BPO companies, prestigious universities and colleges, religious organizations, insurance companies, real estate developers, and family members. We are also a multi-awarded fund house recognized by numerous prestigious institutions in the local and global investment management community. Our success is reflected more in our client satisfaction, the investment solutions we provide, and the trust they give us through the years. With BPI AMTC, we will help you for your tomorrow today. BPI Asset Management and Trust Corporation is regulated by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas.
Are you looking for new opportunities for investment? Grow your money by investing in two of the most promising industries today, technology and healthcare. These sectors shape the way we interact, connect, and live, offering boundless potential for innovation and growth. BPI Invest World Technology Feeder Fund is a technology-focused fund investing in today's leaders and tomorrow's winners in the global technology sector. BPI Invest Global Healthcare Feeder Fund is a new unit investment trust fund in global healthcare stocks. For as low as $1,000, you can future-proof your portfolio by investing in these sectors that thrive despite global disruptions. Invest in the future today. Call 8580-2682 to learn more.
Through the years, DBP has established itself as the country's premier institution for sustainable development. DBP has emerged as an advocate of growth in 4 key priority areas: infrastructure, environment, social services, and entrepreneurship. Complementing government efforts to usher in a golden age of infrastructure, DBP takes on an enhanced role as the Philippines Infrastructure Bank. DBP will help bridge the country's infrastructure gap. Increased funding and advisory services will be channeled to priority infrastructure projects. Through public-private partnerships at the national and local government levels, DBP will provide the financial muscle for government's Build, Build, Build program. DBP champions the Filipino entrepreneur, no matter the size. Retail lending facilities are provided for micro, small and medium-sized entrepreneurs. DBP helps MSMEs flourish through marketing and technical assistance. Through these initiatives, DBP boosts employment generation and support for local products. DBP lends to projects for healthcare, education, housing, and community development. The bank helps provide access to shelter for the poor. The development of infrastructure and community facilities in cities and municipalities is a priority. DBP continues to provide funding for hospitals, schools, public markets, and other social infrastructure projects throughout the country. Advancing its mission of sustainable development, DBP provides financing and technical assistance to projects that are ecologically sound. DBP is funding the rapidly expanding renewable energy sector in pursuit of cleaner energy sources for the country. DBP encourages stakeholder awareness of green considerations. Taking green banking a step further, DBP was among the first institutions in the country to establish an environmental management system. The bank implements the DBP Forest Program, a CSR initiative. There are now 45 DBP forest projects nationwide, covering more than 5,700 hectares, planted to more than 5 million trees. These DBP forest projects continue to benefit not only the communities, but the entire nation through increased green cover and climate change mitigation. Revving up for greater challenges ahead, DBP steps up its drive to influence growth nationwide, mainstreaming more Filipinos into the development process and empowering all sectors to contribute to sustainable progress.
Kasi meron kami standard eh. Nung how to answer. Pagpiliin na. Meron kami. Thank you sa ano. Pasa-pasa ka pa.
Just beyond the last paved road, further than the eye can see, where concrete turns to gravel, turns to pebble, turns to soil, progress seeps through. As sure as the sun rises to spread its light, as sure as rain falls to nourish the ground, Land Bank finds its way to those too distant, too small, too remote, to cast its net further, to let seeds grow and thrive, to allow raw material to be turned into livelihood, to turn dreams into sustainable business. This is Land Bank's vision to promote inclusive growth, especially in the unbanked and underserved areas of the country.
Ang primary role ko is yung makatulong ka sa mga businessman para matulungan natin na lumago ang kanilang negosyo.
Malaki po ang naitulong sa amin ng Land Bank. Ginamit po namin to sa pamimili ng lahat ng specie ng isda at lobster at pinambili namin ng fishing vessel. Talagang matyaga po silang pumupunta kahit sa sulok-sulukang bahagi ng Pilipinas.
Kahit may sakit ako, talaga sinisituit ko na mabigyan ko sila ng tulong. Marami din silang mga employee na natutulungan. Napakalaking kasiyahan para sa akin.
Lalo ko pang mapalago ang aming negosyo dahil ang sabi ng Land Bank, we help you grow.
Land Bank aims to provide those most marginalized by distance and inaccessibility with innovative financial products and services powered by digital banking platforms.
Po, nung kaunahan po nila ako mabigyan ng loan, talaga po malaki yung naging ginhawa ko dahil hindi po ako na-stress sa pagbabayad.
Hindi natin pinipili kung malaki ba siyang business or maliit lang.
kahit maliit tayo, basta may kakayahan tayo and willing tayo na lumaki, ayun yung mga sinusuportahan ng bangko.
Malaki po talaga yung naging epekto dahil una-una po, di po ba sila nakapagbigay ako ng livelihood. Naging epekto po nito, natulungan ko sila na magkaroon ng mga hanap buhay, nakakapagbigay po tayo ng kumbaga, pampaaral sa kanilang mga anak, mga pambili nila ng bigas, ganong pagkain.
Tatay ko kasi is a farmer. So alam ko yung hirap ng buhay na wala kayong gagamitin sa pagsasaka. Doon nararamdaman mo yung kapag nakapag-provide ka ng loans, pagkatapos nilang umani, magpapasalamat sila na, Sir, thank you po. Dahil sa financial assistance, hindi kami magkakaroon ng magandang ani, hindi kami magkakaroon yung mga anak ko. So yun yung nagbo-boost din sa sarili mo na mas help pa or mas magbigay pa ng magandang serbisyo para sa kanila.
From savings and checking accounts to credit to easy access loans with easy collaterals and low interest rates, those with the least support are given the opportunity to improve their lives.
Mas malaki ang kita dahil yung aming hiniram na puhunan sa land bank is maliit ang tubo. Dahil kumita kami, napaaral ko yung mga anak ko to dahil sa pagsasaka. Kahit kalayo-layo ang lugar, pinupuntahan nila, ipinapaalam nila na yung mga program na kung saan makaabil yung mga maliliit sa at malayong lugar.
Talagang dapat ma-reach yung mga small farmers. Talagang sa experience ko, minsan nahuhulog ako sa pilapil. Nagkakandukotek-kotek. Talagang ganun siguro ang feel. Pero fulfilling naman.
Yung knowledge ang importante sa mga farmers kasi kung mag-i-stick ka sa lumang technology, paurong ang iyong asensyon papras. Kailangan sumulong.
May isang farmer nga kami sa Talavera na pag-graduate na niya ng doktor, yung anak niya. Nagpunta nga minsan sa office, nagpapasalamat at naging doktor na raw yung anak niya.
When you reach the unreachable, when you help those with the least access to aid and support, when you do your best for those who have the least, lives change, people thrive, the country moves forward.
Land Bank has extended to the agriculture sector. As of October this year, over 2.5 million farmers and fishers have benefited from the assistance.
I think ang Land Bank ay ang pinaka-busing bangko sa lahat ng bangko sa Pilipinas.
Land Bank just made its loan application process simpler and more accessible to farmers and fishermen. Land Bank committed to resolve loan applications within 1 day compared to the maximum 10-day commitment for GOCCs.
Mas pinabuti ng Land Bank of the Philippines ang kanilang suporta sa sektor ng agrikultura.
The bank has reached out to more farmers, fishermen, and other struggling sectors nationwide this year.
Land Bank partners with several government agencies in delivering and dispersing cash grants to qualified beneficiaries under the Social Amelioration Program.
Nagpapasalamat po kami for the opportunity to serve during this difficult period. Magbayanihan tayo at siguradong walang putol ho ang serbisyo ng Land Bank sa aming mga kliyente. Tutuparin ho namin ang aming mandato na makapagserbisyo sa ating mga kababayan.
Kaya dapat magpapahilig talaga yung
Manuel Gianga and syrup growers and employees
Good day, fellow cooperators. Welcome to the opening of the 47th General Assembly of MASPEC. Before we begin, we would like to remind you of some house rules to help ensure our program will have a smooth flow. Please rename your screen or chat name into this format: region _ co-op name _ your name. For example, R10 _ ABC Cooperative _ Juan or Juana Cruz. Please mute your mic while the program is ongoing to avoid unnecessary noises. The technical team will automatically mute your mic should you accidentally open it. We encourage you to open your camera and use the Zoom background provided in the eKit, which is downloadable from the Wova platform. But if your connection is low, you may opt to close the video. And now, fellow cooperators, let's welcome your host, the Board Secretary of MASPEC, Dr. Maricel M. Nueva.
Hello, everyone. A happy and safe afternoon to all of us. This is the opening of the 47th MASPEC General Assembly. Let us now acknowledge this year's co-op delegates, starting with the cooperatives from Region 9.
Alicia Neighborhood Multipurpose Cooperative, Aliran Integrated Cooperative, Aliran Trade High School Multipurpose Cooperative, Aliranan Multipurpose Cooperative, Aurora Integrated Multipurpose Cooperative, Batu Farmers Multipurpose Cooperative, Bayside Multipurpose Cooperative, Inisu sa Kalambuan Credit Cooperative, Buog Multipurpose Cooperative, Crew Credit Cooperative, Minas Community Multipurpose Cooperative, Gata Dako Multipurpose Cooperative, Holy Rosary Basic Ecclesial Community Multipurpose Cooperative, Humalarang Employees and Community Multipurpose Cooperative, Labangan Farmers First Consolidated Multipurpose Cooperative, Lorenzo Tan Multipurpose Cooperative, Malingaw Community Service Multipurpose Cooperative, Maranding Women Investors Multipurpose Cooperative, Midsalip Farmers Multipurpose Cooperative, Isamis Occidental Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Mocreco Multipurpose Cooperative, Molave Fast Credit Cooperative, Izami City People's Multipurpose Cooperative, Pagadian City Government Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Paglao Multipurpose Cooperative, Laridel Local and National Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Mon Magsaysay Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Mission Christ Parish Multipurpose Cooperative, Sindangan Facoma Community Multipurpose Cooperative, Suminot Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Antivisan United Farmers Credit Cooperative, Timbermines Multipurpose Cooperative, Tunawan Employees and Community Multipurpose Cooperative, Upper Salug Dako Multipurpose Cooperative, Zamboanga del Sur Agricultural College Multipurpose Cooperative, Zamboanga del Sur Government Officials and Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Zamsurjaya Community Multipurpose Cooperative.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the cooperatives from Region 10.
Allied Services Multipurpose Cooperative, Bukidnon Community Cooperative, Bukidnon Development Multipurpose Cooperative, Bukidnon Government Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Bukidnon Plantation Service Cooperative, Bukidnon Transport Multipurpose Cooperative, Buklod Multipurpose Cooperative, Capital Savings and Loan Cooperative, Crimes Employees Cooperative, Co-ops for Christ Multipurpose Cooperative, Mindanao, DMPI Employees and Community Credit Cooperative, Will Vinyl Multipurpose Cooperative, First Agrarian Reform Credit Cooperative, First Community Cooperative, Iligan Cement Multipurpose Cooperative, Iligan City Government Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Iligan Dealers Multipurpose Cooperative, Ilmisor Multipurpose Cooperative, JobNet Multipurpose Cooperative, Coliagan Savers Cooperative, Makahalar Wharf Porters Association FFW Multipurpose Cooperative, Nambahaw Multipurpose Cooperative, Maramag Community Multipurpose Cooperative, Mauswagan Community Multipurpose Cooperative, MSU Self-Help Society Multipurpose Cooperative, MSU IIT National Multipurpose Cooperative, Nestle CDO Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Nomyark Multipurpose Cooperative, AutoCourt Employees Cooperative, Oro Integrated Cooperative, Oro Transport and Service Cooperative, Haseman Multipurpose Cooperative, People's Elan Multipurpose Cooperative, Philippine Science High School Multipurpose Cooperative, Pilipinas Cow Incorporated Hasaan Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Service, Savings and Credit Cooperative, University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Valencia Water District Multipurpose Cooperative, Xavier University Community Credit Cooperative.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us give our virtual clap to the cooperatives from Region 11.
Bangkirohan Vendors Credit Cooperative, Bansalan Coconut Farmers and Workers Multipurpose Cooperative, BCS Credit Cooperative, BCS Multipurpose Cooperative, HOA Region 11 Multipurpose Cooperative, Davao Oriental Health Personnel Multipurpose Cooperative, Davao Oriental Market Multipurpose Cooperative, Davao Sur Bakers Cooperative, Duhali Free Farmers Multipurpose Cooperative, El Grande Multipurpose Cooperative, JC Workers Members Multipurpose Cooperative, Kaphalong Cooperative, Katipunan Small Coconut Farmers Multipurpose Cooperative, Kiblawan Multipurpose Cooperative, Naak Multipurpose Cooperative, Malabog Integrated Enterprises Development Cooperative, Mandog Multipurpose Cooperative, Manuel Gianga and Sirib Growers and Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Maragusan Growers Multipurpose Cooperative, Marsman Estate Plantation Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Mawag Multipurpose Cooperative, Panabo Multipurpose Cooperative, Pantukan Chess Club Multipurpose Cooperative, PNP Bacabeco Multipurpose Cooperative, Sacred Heart Multipurpose Cooperative, Samal Island Multipurpose Cooperative, St. Michael Multipurpose Cooperative, Santa Ana Multipurpose Cooperative, Tagum Cooperative, The Real Community Cooperative.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us now give our virtual clap to the co-op delegates from Region 12.
Adventurers Multipurpose Cooperative, Alabel Local Government Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Alamada Multipurpose Cooperative, Alusan Credit Cooperative, Panga Agrarian Reform Community Cooperative, Cannery Multipurpose Cooperative, Fonus Cotabato Federation of Cooperatives, Glan Multipurpose Cooperative, Greater Midsayap Area Multipurpose Cooperative, Human Resources Multipurpose Cooperative, Ictus Premier Multipurpose Cooperative, Yamba Micro-Entrepreneurs Multipurpose Cooperative, Ubahasco Multipurpose Cooperative, Lake Cebu Countryside Development Multipurpose Cooperative, Lake Cebu National High School Multipurpose Cooperative, Libungan National Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Makilala Multipurpose Cooperative, Pediatrics Multipurpose Cooperative, Notre Dame Multipurpose Cooperative, Pangi Multipurpose Cooperative, Pikit Multipurpose Cooperative, Palomolok Multipurpose Cooperative, Rizal 3 SN Farmers Multipurpose Cooperative, San Felipe Cooperative, SRP Tacurong City Cooperative of Sultan Kudarat, Santa Catalina Credit Cooperative, Santa Catalina Multipurpose Cooperative, Santa Cruz Multipurpose Cooperative, Santo Niño Makilala Multipurpose Cooperative, Santo Niño Teachers and Farmers Multipurpose Cooperative, Unified Engineering Workers Multipurpose Cooperative.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the co-op delegates from Caraga region.
Agusan del Norte Teachers, Retirees, Employees and Community Cooperative. Agusan del Sur Capital Employees Multipurpose Cooperative. Ampayon Multipurpose Cooperative. Baug Carp Beneficiaries Multipurpose Cooperative. Islig Community Government Employees Multipurpose Cooperative. Candelaria Multipurpose Cooperative. Caraga State University Administrative Personnel Multipurpose Cooperative. Vision and Audit Caraga Employees Multipurpose Cooperative. DENR Caraga and Community Multipurpose Cooperative. Farmers Alternative for Self-Reliance Multipurpose Cooperative. Hinatuan Government Employees Multipurpose Cooperative. Inter-Office Employees and Businessmen Credit Cooperative. Jacinto P. Elpa High School Employees Multipurpose Cooperative. Mafisco Multipurpose Cooperative. News Multipurpose Cooperative. San Francisco Growth Enhancement Multipurpose Cooperative. SCI Multipurpose Cooperative. Servian Multipurpose Cooperative. Surigao Empowered and Economic Multipurpose Cooperative. Zilovia Women's Multipurpose Cooperative.
Virtual clap, ladies and gentlemen, for the co-op delegates from Zambasuta Cluster.
The Law Integrated Cooperative. Lamuyan District Teachers Multipurpose Cooperative. Micro Entrepreneurs Multipurpose Cooperative. MSC Sulu Multipurpose Cooperative. People's Microfinance Cooperative. Zamboanga City Government Employees Multipurpose Cooperative. Zamboanga Social Welfare Development Multipurpose Cooperative.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the co-op delegates from Luzon and Visayas.
Infanta Credit and Development Cooperative. Tabuk Multipurpose Cooperative. Leyte South Multipurpose Cooperative.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our co-op delegates for this year's opening ceremony of the 47th MASPEC General Assembly. Once again, let's give them another virtual clap, please. Let us also acknowledge the MASPEC Board of Directors and Officers headed by the Chairperson, Doris B. Calapis. Let us also acknowledge the MASPEC staff and management team headed by the CEO, Ma'am Bernadette Toledo. It is also very fitting and proper to recognize and acknowledge our past chairpersons who are with us today. A virtual clap, please, for Dr. Emma Nieva, Dr. Evilia Sator, and Ma'am Ninfa Macabenta. Abangan po natin, ladies and gentlemen, ang ating special guest for this year's opening ceremony. The President of ICA, President Ariel Guarco, and Yusek and Cabo of CDA. We also have Senator Mig Subiri, and of course, Congressman Ben Kanama. We would like to remind everyone to stick around virtually because on the later part of the program is the raffle draw. Exciting prizes are at stake. All right, I believe we are now all ready. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our opening program with a Muslim prayer by Yusuf Mamada, Protestant prayers by Pastor Cromwell Rabaya, Catholic prayer by Miss Nanita Malbas, to be followed by the singing of our Pambansang Awit to be led by Director Leonor Aizon, and the recitation of the Cooperative Pledge to be led by Director Terry Adayo.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin, Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا النار والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Let us pray. God of history, the God of Abraham, and the God of all nations, you had been present in all our human endeavors and always reminding us of our divine purpose to live in community with others and being entrusted of the whole created world. You showed us your power and love, and in biblical times you journey with the people who accepted you as their God, and as they claim your promise of nationhood and identity. Time and again you became present in moments where widespread poverty and inequality emerged. You called people to lead, inspiring the Rochdale pioneers to embody your values of love and caring for others. You bestowed upon them the value of social justice and solidarity, inspiring them to sow the seeds of cooperation in addressing the evils of society. Today, as we gather virtually as a cooperative movement under MASPEC Cooperative Federation, allow the teachings of Jesus Christ as embraced by the pioneers of Rochdale and of MASPEC to be our concrete band as we cooperate with each other and also for our environment. As Christians in the cooperative movement, help us to transcend with our denominational barriers and with our tendency to be proud and be claiming to be the first in many fields over others. Instead, humble us down to work in solidarity with others, regardless of religion, race, and political persuasion. Help us to carry each other's burden as we face the challenges of our times. Grant us your wisdom and never allow any form of divisiveness in our midst. Allow your Holy Spirit to lead us to be one and strong cooperative with commitment to work, assist, and help, especially the startup and the small primary co-ops. Hand in hand, allow us to enjoy each other's company and guide us always towards a noble goal in catering your kingdom here on earth. However small, bless our humble contribution. This we pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let us bow down our heads and feel the presence of our Lord God. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Most graciously, Heavenly Father, our God and Creator, we acknowledge your greatness and faithfulness. Lord God, Almighty Father, we thank you for this wonderful day and all the blessings you have bestowed unto us, especially the gift of life. We praise and thank you, Lord God, for bringing us together, though we are far apart, hiding from an enemy, the COVID-19. Please help us to virtually join together to make our federation reflect your kingdom. Heavenly Father, we ask that in this Co-op Leaders Congress, we will be united so that it will be productive and successful. Thank you, Lord God, for giving us the opportunity to attend this Congress. We pray in your name to guide our co-op leaders, officers, members, and your people, that they will discharge their duties and responsibilities without reservation for its self-centered desires and personal interests. Teach us the virtue of humility and selflessness or selfish dedication to serve our members, to guide us strength and compassion, to understand each other, wisdom and love to help us each other in the trust and patience we need to live peacefully and happily together, so that the movement of the Federation becomes a true instrument for peace and economic development. We pray for your guidance in this time of pandemic. Give us the strength to continue working with your kingdom. Keep us safe under the mantle of your protection as we attend to our daily routine, including the duties and responsibilities as a member, officers, employee of the MASPEC. Continue to bless our Federation for the general welfare of the members. In this time of COVID-19 still spreading across the globe, we pray for our families, friends, frontliners, and all the mankind and countrymen that God is our salvation and protector. We lift ourselves to you, dear God. Thy will be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Fellow cooperators, the Philippine National Anthem.
As a Filipino, I am and I believe in the cooperative. Alone I am weak, but with others I am strong. So I commit myself to work to cooperate for all to be prosperous. Harmony, industry I will value. Cooperative affairs I will attend. Responsibilities I will assume. The cooperative philosophy I will live. One vision, one belief, one feeling. In cooperativism, my life I pledge. So help me God.
This time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request all of you to open your audio, please. Pwede po nating i-unmute muna ang ating microphone for us to recite all together the co-op movement vision. Here we go.
Members enjoy better quality of life.
All right, that's our cooperative movement vision. Members enjoy
a better
life. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to unmute our microphone. This time for our tagline, when I say MASPEC, you will answer me sharing and growing together. And when I say sharing and growing together, you will say sharing. All right, so ready na, ready na. Yes. We are now all ready.
Uh-huh.
Okay, here we go. Maspec.
Sharing the growing together.
Sharing and growing together.
Maspec.
One more time. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it with energy, with passion and energy. For our tagline, when I say Maspec, and you will answer me sharing and growing together. One more time. Here we go. Maspec.
Sharing and growing together.
Sharing and growing together.
Maspec.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Pwede na po nating i-unmute ang ating mga microphone. This time, ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome us all, let's give our virtual clap to the Deputy CEO of Maspec, Sir Dennis Z. Santander.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good afternoon, one and all. It is with great pleasure and elation to welcome the affiliates to the opening ceremony of the 47th Maspec General Assembly. Of course, we thank you for your attendance in our various events of the Federation during the June General Assembly month, namely the 51st Sectoral Congresses, that is the Managers, Youth and Gender, the opening and closing ceremony of our electoral process, and the just concluded Co-op Leaders Dialogue. We hope we are able to provide a semblance that we would have done if we were in the P or person-to-person events. Despite the worry times wherein we are haunted by the COVID-19 pandemic, we continue to serve, or rather you continue to serve your individual members as primary cooperatives, and we draw strength and inspiration with your endeavors that inspire our board of directors, officers, and management team to work harder to serve you better and for you to best serve your members. Our General Assembly 2021 theme of deepening our co-op identity is a statement that expresses the proposition that cooperatives must remain in the very tenets of its existence. The identity grounded on the cooperative principles, deepened with the application of its values and principles to effect the advantage of co-ops over other forms of enterprise and tackle the current socio-economic and health crisis. The month-long events must be able to propel us to embark with enthusiasm as we work towards our cooperative movement vision of all members enjoy a better quality of life. Again, we thank you for your continued and wholehearted support to our Federation's endeavors. Mabuhay ang ating Maspec, mabuhay ang kooperatiba.
Thank you so much, Deputy CEO Sir Dennis Santander. This time, ladies and gentlemen, for her opening remarks, please welcome the chairperson of Maspec, Ma'am Doris B. Calapis.
Thank you, Ms. Maricel. A pleasant day to all cooperative members. In behalf of the Board of Directors, management, and staff, I would like to thank and acknowledge all the delegates. It is my pleasure to welcome all the participants in this afternoon for the opening of our 47th General Assembly. I welcome also all the eminent speakers and guests. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and very valuable times with us. These are hard times indeed. The fact that the pandemic is still affecting everyone after a year is a great challenge. What is sad is there are areas here which has a surge of cases, especially Cagayan de Oro. The good things we can to transcend these dreadful times is to remain hopeful, strong, and resilient. Our theme, deepening our cooperative identity, is our best weapon to beat this situation, notwithstanding the commercial banks now move in getting our members and replicating our services. But I am confident that if we will deepen our understanding, commitment, dedication to what we stand for as a cooperative by heart, fully practicing and embedding our values and principles, we can still be as strong as ever, definitely. So I encourage everyone to go back to our roots and the basics. We have to revisit our values of cooperation and principles. It is very important to know our direction, to check how strong are we as a cooperative, and also to check if we're still relevant to our members. And together we can be victorious in these challenges. Thank you, and I wish everyone a successful and fruitful General Assembly. Stay safe, God bless, and mabuhay Maspek, mabuhay ang kooperatiba. Daghang salamat.
By the power vested in me, I officially open the 47th General Assembly of Maspek.
Takot sa iyong damdamin, di pumalas ang angking galing. Tumayumbong tapang harapin ang buhay, yakapin ang tagumpay.
Tulungan ng kapwa't bigyang halaga, wag hatakin ng pababa. Isipin huwag sana ang sarilang pagkasama't bayanihan. Subukan nating isulong at ligawan ng magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo, salubungin ang kinabukasan.
Sabay abutin natin ang tagumpay, at tuloy lang tayo sa pagpapanday. Tiwala sa Diyos ang sandat at gubay. Subukan natin isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo, sa labungin ng kinabukasan. Pilipino, dakila ang lahi ko.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the MASPEC 47th Annual General Assembly. Thank you so much. We've heard the chairperson in her opening remarks, and we've witnessed also the banging of the gong, which signifies that the 47th Annual General Assembly of MASPEC is now officially open. Special thanks to our dancers, singers, and band. Modesty aside, they are our pride here in Tangub City, Misamis Occidental. The award-winning, yung palaging champion po sa Sinandoy sa Sinulog po sa Cebu. The God TC and Sinandoy Cultural Troupe. The troupe is composed of the God TC Sinandoy singers, dancers, and all-star band. Most of them are scholars of our college, and some are employees of the school and the LGU of Tangub. This time, ladies and gentlemen, ang isa po sa pinakahihintay na part during opening ceremony of the General Assembly of MASPEC ay ang presence and speeches of our special guest. And today, we are so happy and fortunate because we will be joined by the 4 credible, competent, and significant personalities and who will give their solidarity messages. Starting off, ladies and gentlemen, with the president of the International Cooperative Alliance. Please welcome Mr. Ariel Guarco.
Queridos amigos y amigas de MASPEC, es un gusto para mí volver a ponerme en contacto con ustedes. En esta oportunidad quiero acompañarlos y sumarme a la celebración de esta 47ª Asamblea General que están llevando adelante. Celebración que toma como consigna lo que nos hemos propuesto como movimiento cooperativo a nivel global: profundizar nuestra identidad cooperativa. Les agradezco profundamente que hayan tomado en sus propias manos esta invitación que hemos lanzado desde la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional para conmemorar los 125 años de esta, que es la casa común de todos los cooperativistas del mundo. Sobre todo en estos momentos en que estamos atravesando una fuerte crisis sanitaria, social y económica debido a la pandemia. Como ustedes bien señalan, son los valores y principios cooperativos los que nos deben guiar hacia una salida de esta crisis. Y son esos valores y principios impresos en la Declaración de Identidad Cooperativa un faro para todo tipo de organizaciones, empresas y personas individuales que coincidan con nuestra visión de construir un mundo más sostenible, donde nadie se quede atrás. En esta declaración, aprobada por el Congreso Mundial de la ASI, que se realizó en Manchester en 1995, se definió como cooperativa una asociación autónoma de personas que se han unido voluntariamente para hacer frente a sus necesidades y aspiraciones económicas, sociales y culturales comunes, por medio de una empresa de propiedad conjunta y democráticamente controlada. Es decir, se reforzó la idea de que las cooperativas eran empresas centradas en las personas. También se incorporó en aquella ocasión el 7º principio de compromiso con la comunidad y se incluyeron los valores éticos de la ayuda mutua, la responsabilidad, la democracia, la igualdad, la equidad y la solidaridad. Este es nuestro ADN, es lo que está marcado a fuego en nuestro código genético. Por eso siempre digo que no somos empresas con responsabilidad social, sino que somos la responsabilidad social hecha empresa. En otras palabras, somos la demostración clara de que es posible el crecimiento económico de la mano de empresas con valores y principios, que tienen sus raíces en los territorios y que practican la democracia como forma de gestión. Cada cooperativa y cada uno de sus miembros debe reconocerse en la identidad cooperativa y estar orgullosos de ella. Pero a la vez es necesario construir un vínculo estrecho y dinámico entre la identidad cooperativa y los desafíos que tenemos a nuestro alrededor. Esta convicción es la que nos conduce hoy a hacer un llamado a reconstruir mejor juntos una sociedad global que está sufriendo impactos económicos, sociales y ambientales de una magnitud histórica. En el Día Internacional de las Cooperativas, que celebraremos el próximo 3 de julio, queremos mostrar cómo las cooperativas de todo el mundo están enfrentando esta crisis con solidaridad y con resiliencia. Ustedes conocen en primera persona el rol que las cooperativas tienen en cada una de las comunidades donde están insertas para avanzar hacia una recuperación justa con las personas y el ambiente en el centro de la escena. Ustedes son parte de un movimiento que en cada uno de los países, de las localidades y de las regiones del planeta está ofreciendo las herramientas necesarias para poder pensar en un mundo post-pandemia más justo, más inclusivo y que sea ambiental, social y económicamente sostenible. En efecto, somos la mayor red global de empresas identificadas con valores y principios que nos hermanan, más allá de la frontera, más allá del volumen de cada una, más allá de la trayectoria y de la rama de actividad en la que se desempeñe cada una de nuestras empresas cooperativas. Somos quienes podemos ofrecer al mundo un horizonte hacia dónde ir, partiendo de la premisa de que en momentos de fuertes crisis como la que está atravesando la humanidad, nadie se salva solo y de que podemos salir mejores de esta crisis solo si lo hacemos cooperando. Siempre digo que la identidad cooperativa no puede ser un ancla que nos mantiene estáticos. Por el contrario, debe ser el motor que nos impulsa a seguir innovando, a ampliar nuestros servicios y a comprometernos cada vez más con el escenario donde actuamos. Las cooperativas estamos insertas en las comunidades. Somos la expresión viva de la autoorganización de esas comunidades. Por eso, nuestra identidad es un elemento que debemos poner en valor cada vez que interactuamos con nuestros asociados y con otras organizaciones. La pandemia nos obliga a repensar muchas de las maneras en que producimos y consumimos, en cómo nos relacionamos con el ambiente, en la manera que utilizamos los recursos necesarios para vivir dignamente. En definitiva, la forma en que habitamos nuestro planeta Tierra. Muchos de los cambios vertiginosos que ya venían ocurriendo en las últimas décadas se están acelerando en el contexto actual. La digitalización e incluso la robotización de muchos procesos impactan directamente en el mundo del trabajo y abren al mismo tiempo nuevos caminos para emprender y para acceder a servicios de un modo impensado tan solo hace algunos años. En el mundo financiero, las tecnologías pueden ayudar a incluir a muchas personas que hoy están afuera del sistema, pero esa inclusión puede estar en manos de corporaciones que concentran el mercado. Las cooperativas tenemos la capacidad y el deber de imprimir nuestros valores y principios a estos cambios. Es decir, de asegurar que los avances tecnológicos contribuyan a un futuro del trabajo más justo y equitativo, a hacer más democráticas las finanzas, a que la producción en los ámbitos rurales y urbanos sirva para mejorar la calidad de vida de quienes producen, pero también se encuadre con circuitos de consumo responsables donde nadie quede afuera. Esto es poner nuestra identidad en movimiento para responder a los desafíos globales con la responsabilidad histórica que nos toca. Yo les agradezco nuevamente que hayan tomado este tema para trabajar junto a sus delegados en esta asamblea y a lo largo de estas semanas. Celebro que tengan este tipo de intercambios aún de manera remota. El distanciamiento no debe impedir que sigamos dialogando, compartiendo miradas e intercambiando experiencias que enriquecen a nuestras organizaciones. Finalmente, los invito a seguir profundizando nuestra identidad cooperativa, haciendo desde Filipinas su gran aporte para que el movimiento cooperativo siga creciendo en su país, en la región de Asia-Pacífico y en el mundo entero. Les deseo que tengan una excelente jornada y les envío a la distancia un fuerte abrazo cooperativo. Queridos amigos y amigas de Más Spec, es un gusto para mí volver a ponerme en
Thank you so much, Mr. Ariel Guarco, the President of the International Cooperative Alliance. Let's give him another virtual clap, please. This time, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome and listen to the solidarity message of the Majority Floor Leader, Senate of the Philippines. A virtual clap, please, for Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri.
Greetings to Chairperson Doris Calapis, CEO Bernadette Toledo, and all our friends in the Mass Spec Cooperative Development Center who are joining us for today's 47th General Assembly. This year's theme, Deepening Our Cooperative Identity, goes in hand with my personal motto on cooperativism, which is helping the Filipinos help themselves. Our national cooperative identity is necessarily rooted in our national identity. And it makes sense that for people who are known for Bayanihan spirit, our cooperative identity is also about generously reaching out and helping others. I especially want to thank MASPEC for its efforts to strengthen and harmonize cooperative development here in Mindanao, pulling our provinces out of poverty and into progress. Trust that I will always remain your partner in developing a stronger national cooperative movement. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I wish you many, many more years of success. Mabuhay po ang kooperatiba at maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chairman, Cooperative Development Authority, USEC Joseph B. Encabo.
To the Chairperson, Board of Directors, members, and partners of Mass Spec, my heartfelt greetings and congratulations to all of you. Commitment to the Chairperson, Board of Directors, my heartfelt greetings to the Chairperson, Board of Directors, members, and partners of Mass Spec. My heartfelt greetings and congratulations to all of you. Today, we find a new meaning in celebrating renewed commitment to the cooperative movement. Your 51 years in service, filled with compassion and dedication to our fellow Filipinos, is a testament to what cooperatives may bring to our beloved country and beyond. Indeed, breakthroughs and resilience are inevitable through the embodiment of the principles of cooperative and the essence of bayanihan. As the Cooperative Development Authority anew its commitment, we are here to exhaust our capacities and synergize with all government agencies and stakeholders to work on policies, initiatives, and programs that would bring economic sustainability, social justice, and inclusive growth. With this, I encourage all of you, the members, the partners, and cooperators, to embrace these strengthened ideals and the continuity programs laid out by the Duterte administration. We have embraced change. We are all recipients of this change. Therefore, it is dutifully fitting to support the continuity of this change. Again, my heartfelt congratulations to the Mass Spec for reaching your 51st anniversary. May you all continue to fight for the plight of the cooperative sector for a better, stronger, and unified Filipino nation. I wish you all the best, Godspeed, and mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you so much, CDA Chair Yusek Joseph B. Encabo. This time, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear his solidarity message. Joining us live, our representative sa Kongreso. Please put your hands together, or a virtual clap please, for Congressman Sabiniano Ben Canama.
Okay, salamat kayo no sa mga nga MC walay pabor-pabor, taga Tanggob o taga LTMPC. Una sa tanan, my warmest congratulations to the men and women sa tanan nga mga kauban sa ato nga federasyon. Ato gid ning ang kunon nga atoa kay kauban man jud ko ani ang maspek sa atong pag-celebrate sa ika-47th General Assembly. Congratulations sa ato ang chairperson si Ma'am Doris, of course sa ato ang CEO nga atong giampo gyud nga makalabang gikan sa COVID, no. Salamat kay sa Ginoo, ma'am, no. O sa tanan nga mga kailan nato higala nga mga board of directors o bang mga officers, akong suod pod nga higala si Edgar Cabalida, no, networking officer. Ganina gipaila-ila pod ang mga participants ning ato ang General Assembly, no. Salamat kaayo niining inyong pag-imbitar kanako na makahatag og mensahe atol nining maong okasyon. Ako apil kaninyo sa pagsaulog nga miabota aning tuiga, no, nga ang maspek nagpabilin gihapon nga lig-on, nagpabilin nga nakatubag sa mga pangnanglan sa mga membro taliwala nining maong pandemic. Ang paglahutay sa Corrente City katuig dili sayon tungod kay daghan kayo ang mga challenges dili lang sa iyahang organisasyon apan ilabi na diha sa pagtubag sa mga hagit sa iyang mga members. Kami sa LTMPC usami sa co-op sa akong panahon nga ako ang general manager, diin dako kaayo ang natabang sa maspek. Mao na nga salamat yun kaayo. Sa dili pa ko magpadayon, ang ako ang anhi karon isip inyong representante sa Coop Natco Party List, ikaduha na nako ni nga termino, o dili gud nako kalimtan ang kanunayang pagbalik-balik nga ako nahimong representative, ako naabot sa Kongreso tungod gyud sa mga kooperatiba, ilabi na ang taga Mindanao, ilabi na ang mga kauban nato sa MASPEC. Nahimo naman na siyang kabayan sa tong kasaysayan o ako ginang balik-balikon, ako kayo ang ako ang pag-ila ni ana ako wala ang inyong tabang, dili nako maabot ang akong mahimutangan karon. Og tungod ni ana pa man ko nahabilin nga sa katuig sa ako ang ikaduha nga termino, akong ipadayon kutob sa akong mahimo unsa man ang akong matabang maserbisyo alang sa ato ang federation, alang sa ato mga membro sa ato ang mga kooperatiba. Ako pod nga gidaig no ang MASPEC nga bisan kon taas na ang iyang naabot, nagpabilin gyapon siya nga maabot makabot ang iyahang pagkasiya sa mga ordinaryo nga mga membro o ordinaryo nga mga kauban. Kanang gitawag og in spite of reaching greater heights, you are able to stay your foot on the ground. No? So, karon ni amata panahon sa COVID, no? Atong mensahe mao nga unsaon nato after the pandemic, no? So, ang ugma mas masayon alang kanato kon pabilin ang ato ang panaghiusa, pagtinabangay. Kay mao man na ang atong tema, ang pagpuyo, ang pagpalalom sa mga mithi, mga value sa kooperatiba. Ako isip inyohang representative, usa ka hagit kanako unsaon kaning mga values nato sa co-op nga atong ma-harmonize sa politika, no? Kay kabalo mata kanang lahi ang kalibutan sa mga politiko. Pero ako naningkamot ko sa inyo pod nga pagtabang nga mahimo nga consistent, no? Magpabilin unta ko isip usa ka kauban sa cooperative movement at the same time nahimong usa ka public servant. So mahitungod sa ato ang cooperative movement, nalipay ko na pagkakaroon ano na United Cooperative Movement Philippines. I look forward to someday kita sa cooperative movement we can speak in the same language, the same goals, o ang atong mga damgo magkayusa aron kanang gitawag og co-op identity, no? Ato gud unta nga mapakita kay usahay ang ato ang pagka-kooperatiba, no? Dili pa kaayo ma-feel sa community nga naa gid ay usa ka distinct nga gitawag nato cooperative movement. So ako sab nga special nga pagampo alang sa atong mga igsoon, mga cooperative leaders nga nabiktima sa COVID, no? Ako lang pong ibahibalo nga ang atong partido adunay gigahin nga tabang alang sa nabiktima. Simba ko adunay namatay o pagkaha karong panahon na anaa pa sa ospital, pwede nyo i-contact si Ma'am Nadet, no? Naibalo na siya niini, i-coordinate nato sa iya ha unsaon na pagtabang pinaagi sa ato ang programa, pwede po sa DSWD Fund, pwede po sa ko ang personal. Yan po nato, no? Katong mga igsoon nato nga wala gyud nila nakaya ang maong COVID. Pagkakaroon ako lang ipahibalo nga kami diri sa Misamis Occidental aduna kami available kadtong tambal gyud no ana lisod maguna pagitaon kulang gipahibalo panalitad atong mga aksyon sa Mindanao nga maglisod og pangita ni ana doon na naman diri sa usa ka government hospital pwede ko nyo tawagan basin makatabang taog facilitate labi na kanang mag suffer god o gitawag og severe no lisod na gyud og ginhawa. Daw naman ko nasaad nga kada assembly sa Maspik no hatag ko og gamay nga support in the amount of pila ganito 200,000 no 200,000 ako na lang ng ihatag nga discretion sa board officers o sa management unsaon ang paggamit sa maong pundo. In closing, ako nang hinaot nga kining ato ang panagiusa sa Maspik Magpadayon. Ako po naghangyo sa inyong pag-ampo nga i-appeal ko ninyo nga akong makaya no mapadayon ang pagserbisyo ninyo isip inyong representative nga unta ako mahimo gyud nga tinuod o matinud-anon nga representative alang sa katawhan alang sa kooperatiba. So karon di ay adlaw ni San Juan no kanang mga ligo na ba mo kanang wala pa tay pandemic murag naagita ta sa beach karon no so hatag lang ko og award itik lang sa kuha katong nag-birthday karong adlaw karong adlaw gyud no maghatag lang ko special birthday gift no kung doon ay nag-birthday karong adlaw para dili mo makalimot nga nakadawat mog award kay giatol man ang assembly sa ika-Corinth City nga assembly sa Maspik aning adlaw. Basig na ay nagngalan diri Jan o Joanna no. Ako'y anak nataw o namatay on June 24. Unang human aning ako ang message napod may salo-salo dire. Sa tanan nga mga kauban sa Maspik, once again, congratulations. Mabuhay ang kooperatiba, mabuhay tang tanan nga kauban niniing maong federation. God bless, amping kaninyong tanan. Salamat o maayong hapon.
Kayong salamat no ang atong iyano og simple kaayo nga representante sa Kongreso, Congressman Sabiniano Ben Panama. Let's give him another virtual clap, ladies and gentlemen. And this time for the awarding of the virtual plaque to Kong Ben and to the rest of the speakers, let us welcome back our chairperson, Ms. Doris B. Calapis.
Daghang salamat pag-usab na Ms. Maricel. So, plaque of appreciation is presented to Honorable Sabiniano S. Canama in sincere gratitude for sharing his invaluable time and insights in his solidarity message during the opening ceremonies of the 47th Maspek General Assembly, issued on June 24, 2021 in Cagayan de Oro City. Signed, Bernadette O. Toledo, CPA, Chief Executive Officer. Signed, Doris B. Calapis, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Kung Ben.
Ma'am, salamat kaayo. Dayon ang ako di ay commitment nga 200,000 nana di ay sa ato ang CEO as treasurer of the Co-op Party List. Ma'am Nadit, lagi didaktam.
Salamat pag-usab, Kung Ben.
Okay, salamat. Thank you kaayo sa plaque. Ako. Unsa man ni ma'am, padala lang ni.
Okay, another one. Plaque of appreciation is presented to Mr. Ariel Cuarco in sincere gratitude for sharing his invaluable time and insights in his solidarity message during the opening ceremonies of the 47th MASPEC General Assembly, issued on June 24, 2021 in Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines. Signed, Bernadette O. Toledo, CPA, Chief Executive Officers, and Doris B. Calapis, Chairperson. Thank you. Another one, a plaque of appreciation presented to Juan Miguel F. Zuberi, Senator, Republic of the Philippines, in sincere gratitude for sharing his invaluable time and insight in his solidarity message during the opening ceremonies of the 47th MASPEC General Assembly, issued on June 24, 2021 in Cagayan de Oro City, signed Bernadette O. Toledo, CPA, Chief Executive Officer, and Chairperson Doris P. Calapis. Another plaque of appreciation is presented to Yusek Joseph B. Incabo in sincere gratitude for sharing his invaluable time and insights in his solidarity message during the opening ceremonies of the 47th MASPEC General Assembly, signed on June 24, 2021 in Cagayan de Oro City, signed and Chief Executive Officer Bernadette O. Toledo, CPA, and Chairperson Doris P. Calapis.
Thank you so much, MASPEC Chairperson, Ma'am Doris B. Calapis. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the awarding of the virtual plaque of appreciation to Kong Ben and to the rest of our speakers. Thank you so much, Yusek Joseph Incado, Senator Zubiri, and President of ICA, Mr. Ariel Buarco. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on, let us acknowledge Sir Godwin Handumon, our previous chairperson. Hello, Sir Gads, and welcome to the opening program of the 47th MASPEC General Assembly. This time, ladies and gentlemen, we will be awarding the following awards. Co-op awards include the top 5 share capital contributors, top 5 outstanding co-op time depositors, top performing ATM site, Billionaire Co-op Circle Award, Century Co-op Circle Award. And here are the co-op awardees.
Bukidnon Government Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, top 5 share capital contributor, Billionaire Co-op Circle Award. Adventurers Multipurpose Cooperative, top 5 share capital contributor, top performing ATM sites. Lorenzo Tan Multipurpose Cooperative, top 5 share capital contributor. Pantukan Chess Club Multipurpose Cooperative, top 5 share capital contributor. Alamada Multipurpose Cooperative, top 5 share capital contributor, top performing ATM sites. Tagum Cooperative, top 5 outstanding co-op time depositor, top performing ATM sites. MSU IIT National Multipurpose Cooperative, top 5 outstanding co-op time depositor, Grand Winner Mikma Nandimbasog category, Grand Winner Mikma Mauswagon category, Grand Winner Mikma Micro Agri category. Mambaho Multipurpose Cooperative, Top 5 Outstanding Co-op Time Depositor. Oro Integrated Cooperative, Top 5 Outstanding Co-op Time Depositor, Top Performing ATM Sites. Aurora Integrated Multipurpose Cooperative, Top 5 Outstanding Co-op Time Depositor. Maugcar Beneficiaries Multipurpose Cooperative, Top Performing ATM Sites. Manuel Gianga and Syrup Growers and Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Top Performing ATM Sites. Perpetual Help Community Cooperative, Top Performing ATM Sites. Tabuk Multipurpose Cooperative, Top Performing ATM Sites. Paglao Multipurpose Cooperative, Top Performing ATM Sites. First runner-up, Mikma, Mouse Wagon category. Leyte South Multipurpose Cooperative, Top Performing ATM Sites. Commission and Audit Region 11 Multipurpose Cooperative, Century Co-op Circle Award. Holomolok Manpower Multipurpose Cooperative, Century Co-op Circle Award. COA Caraga Employees Multipurpose Cooperative, Century Co-op Circle Award. MSU Jensen Multipurpose Cooperative, Century Co-op Circle Award. Lamitan Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Cooperative, Century Co-op Circle Award. Davao Oriental Market Multipurpose Cooperative, first runner-up, Mikma, Mendimbasog category. We also hereby recognize our member cooperatives awarded with the 2020 CPAG, or Social Institute for Poverty Alleviation and Governance on Poverty Reduction by the Villar Foundation. San Francisco Growth Enhancement Multipurpose Cooperative, 2020 CPAG Awardee on Poverty Reduction. Kapalong Cooperative, 2020 CPAG Awardee on Poverty Reduction. Anabo Multipurpose Cooperative, 2020 CPAG Awardee on Poverty Reduction.
Congratulations, Co-op awardees! And for the information of everyone, yung awardees po natin sa top 5 share capital contributors of NASPEC and yung mga co-op who have valuable contribution to the growth and development of the Federation and the co-op movement. Yung top 5 outstanding co-op time depositors of NASPEC awardees also, those who have valuable contribution to the growth and development of the Federation and co-op movement. At yung top performing ATM side, for having consistently maintained the highest number of switch and on-us transactions. At yung Century Co-op Circle Award is for reaching a total asset of 100 million and demonstrating how cooperatives can become large enterprises owned and managed by its members. At yung Billionaire Co-op Circle Award is for reaching a total asset of 1 billion and demonstrating how cooperatives can become large enterprises owned and managed by its members. Next is the Service Award. Service Award is given to officers who have served the Federation with utmost dedication and commitment.
Jose Agerico R. de Guzman, Cristituto B. Batonghinog, Leonor A. Aizon, Edsel O. Madelo, Miriam R. Baloyo, Leia H. Aguado, Chad P. Villamor, Marlon M. Magno, Anita R. Malbas, Daven P. Gamolo, Mirna P. Calo, Asenciano A. Tomarong, Cora Ninfa G. Vivar, Mario A. Baterna, Rodelo E. Saldana, Efren M. Bravo, Maricel M. Nueva,
Congratulations, service awardees. Next is Maasdangon Award. This is given to MASPEC employees who have served the Federation with utmost dedication and commitment.
"30 years of service, Glenn A. Tubilag. 25 years of service, Jerry M. Mocoro. 20 years of service, Almira M. Semitara. 10 years of service, Edgar O. Caballeda. 'Jeneline M. Cortez. Norlin P. Dalumpienes. Maria Carmel Rowena T. Neri Ditinco. Mark Vincent S. Padenio. Marites M. Pamad. Julie Marie E. Pamusino.
Congratulations, Maasdangon awardees. Our last, but definitely not the least award is the MICMA Award, Mindanao Cooperative Micro-Entrepreneur Award. This is one of the prestigious awards given by MASPEC to co-op members na nilanggo, ningtubo, no, tungod sa support and assistance sa mga co-ops.
MASPEC, the largest regional co-federation in Mindanao, presents the 2020 Mindanao Cooperative Micro-Entrepreneur Award, or MICMA. The MICMA is MASPEC's premier recognition program
for outstanding micro-entrepreneur members of the Federation's affiliates. Since 2009, MICMA has showcased the journeys of entrepreneurs from their humble beginnings to surpassing challenges and ultimately to their success stories. MICMA serves as a platform for co-ops to highlight their indispensable contributions to the development of micro and small enterprises, or MSEs, in Mindanao and beyond. MICMA's new phase celebrates not just the determination, but most especially the innovation of Mindanaoan cooperators to achieve a better quality of life through social entrepreneurship and inclusive development programs. The 2020 MICMA Board of Judges. Alner Masaliones, Provincial Director of the Department of Trade and Industry, Misamis Oriental. Alan Robert Sikat, Executive Director of the Microfinance Council of the Philippines. Doris B. Calapis, Chairperson of the Board of Directors of MASPEC. MASPEC proudly presents the recipients of the 2020 Mindanao Cooperative Micro-Entrepreneur Awards. Nanlimbasog category. First runner-up, Teresita Praculios from Davao Oriental Market Multipurpose Cooperative. Rice, biscuits, and beyond. What started as a small convenience store selling rice and biscuits has grown into a bigger store serving more communities. Teresita was encouraged by her mother-in-law to join Dumupco in 2008. True enough, she was amazed by how the co-op operates and was encouraged to avail of the many financial services offered. The couple went on to get their first loan of 15,000 pesos from Dumupco as their capital. They persevered despite the challenges in their business. Whenever the customers want something that they didn't have at their store, they would take note of them so they can sell it the next month. This strategy went on and on until their store grew bigger. People have been buying supplies from them, so they decided to find another location and open a bigger store. During the pandemic, Teresita and Sergio made sure that their employees had food to serve on their tables for their families. They serve as good examples for their employees and the community members.
Salamat po sa Co-op Dumupco kay daghan kay siya benepisyo nga nahatag sa ako. Daghan kay siya na kwan sa ako ang tindahan, sa akong mga anak. Ang Dumupco ra ginakakuan sa kuwa.
Grand winner, Nanlimbasog category. Elenita Villarta from MSU IIT National Multipurpose Cooperative. Smelting a brighter future. Elenita and her husband Joel took over the blacksmith business of Elenita's father. Through their ingenuity, they have developed their enterprise into what is now known as Villarta's Blacksmith Tools Manufacturing. Being members of MSU IIT NMPC since 2015, they have been availing the co-op's financial services to expand their business. The couple has purchased molye or reams of the tires for the manufacturing of machetes. They sold machetes wholesale and retail in Iligan and some nearby places. MSU IIT NMPC has helped not just their business, but also their family, especially for the education of their daughter. Elenita and Joel work together to grow their enterprises. At present, aside from the blacksmith business, they have established a mini grocery store and an eatery.
Tao nga trabahante, nga kanang ang trabahante mo gyud panggaon pod. Kay sila gyud ang isa nga katabang nga ni grupo ni.
Mauswagon category. First runner-up, Anselmo Salinas Jr. from Paglaon Multipurpose Cooperative. A great catch. The success story of Anselmo did not start well. Even during his days as a fisherfolk, he was facing an ocean of hardships. He had to row his small boat by himself just to catch enough fish for him to sell. There were times where he almost drowned and had to swim back to shore. However, the insurmountable waves of hardships did not break Anselmo's spirit. It was through his mother that Anselmo learned about cooperatives. His mother told him about Paglaom MPC's financing services, and although he was reluctant at first, he went on to avail of the opportunity. With the loan that he got, he bought a motorized boat and eventually he ventured into the bangus industry. He realized that the market is strong. With calculated steps, he began to grow his capital and now he owns 6 fish cages. He also supplies bangus to various areas. Salinas' clients trust him for the quality of his bangus. Anselmo and his wife worked side by side to make their business bigger. They now employ around 16 people to help him maintain the fish cages and about 30 people to help them during the harvest season.
Ang sekreto sa mga membro sa Paglaom mao ang pagtultol o pagbayad sa iyang obligasyon, pagbutang sa iyang share capital o savings. Daghang salamat, Paglaom.
Grand winner, Mauswagan category, Lenji Patigayon from MSU IIT National Multipurpose Cooperative. Building blocks for success. In 2013, when the MSU IIT NMPC opened in General Santos City, Renji was among those who received their flyers inviting people to become co-op members. After knowing the benefits of a cooperative, she was enticed to join with the mission of expanding their sand and gravel business. Renji and her husband Bernardo started their modest business out of a 5,000 peso capital. When they became pioneering co-op members, they availed a business loan from the co-op to purchase a karag-karag or a vehicle. In 1 year, their business grew bigger and more efficient as they acquired more project contracts to provide affordable and quality hollow blocks, sand, and gravel. Their savings at the MSU IIT NMPC also helped send their children to school and for their family to be ready during emergencies. Amid the pandemic, they have weathered the challenges and remained in business, inspiring their relatives and friends to become members of the co-op as well.
Bukod atong nag-member ko sa MSU IIT Co-op, nakita na ko ang kaayo sa co-op. Kung mag-iinganyo po na ako ang akong mga kaila, sa akong mga pamilya, ang mag-member po kay para maka-avail po sila sa benepisyo o daghan na po mi diri nga naka-join.
Microagri category. Grand winner, Ernesto Montano from MSU IIT National Multipurpose Cooperative. A blooming garden business. Before he successfully established his gardening business, Ernesto used to go to Diquilaan to cultivate some farmlands with his wife Joyce and to venture into tricycad rentals. Ernesto joined MSU IIT NMPC after his wife convinced him that cooperatives are good for them to start a business. In 2011, they focused on gardening instead, and as farmers themselves, they felt comfortable about their new enterprise. Joyce had some experience in selling plants, and Ernesto knew how to propagate. They sold garden soil, nurseries, full-grown plants, grasses, and seeds. On the side, Ernesto developed his landscaping skills, so he ventured further into designing landscapes. He was even chosen to do the landscaping for the MSU IIT Co-op housing.
Daghang salamat sa Co-op IIT sa Tibanga branch sa ilang gihatag nako nga mga kalambuan sa akong negosyo diri sa NEC diri sa flower garden nako. Pasalamat ko usab na daghang kay ngano na improve nako ang akong negosyo.
Every year, The Mindanao Cooperative Micro Entrepreneur Award, or MICMA, continues to inspire us with stories of success. As we educate more people and support micro enterprises, we are helping members grow their micro enterprise activities, increase their incomes and assets, and generate employment, ultimately making all our members enjoy a better quality of life. Congratulations to all the micro entrepreneur winners and their cooperatives. MASPEC, sharing and growing together. MASPEC, the
Congratulations to all the winners. And this time we would like to say thank you to our micro agri category sponsors. Sa ang grand prize, thank you so much, Co-op NATCO Party List. Thank you, BDO. Thank you so much, Kiblawan Multipurpose Cooperative and Magsige Multipurpose Cooperative. For the non-Limbasog category sponsors, thank you so much for the grand prize. No? Sponsors nato sa grand prize. Thank you so much, Co-op NATCO Party List, Land Bank of the Philippines, Baog Corp Beneficiaries Multipurpose Cooperative, and COA Caraga Employees Multipurpose Cooperative. For the non-Limbasog category sponsors, sa second prize, thank you so much, PPI, thank you, Coreware, and Daghang Salamat Adventurers Multipurpose Cooperative. For the Mauswagon category sponsors, grand prize, thank you, Development Bank of the Philippines, Mambahaw Multipurpose Cooperative, and San Francisco Growth Enhancement Multipurpose Cooperative. For the Mauswagon category sponsors, second prize, thank you so much, Intelligent Touch Corporation, Microtech Systems Services, and Equipment Corporation, SCI Multipurpose Cooperative. Thank you, Zelovia Women's Multipurpose Cooperative. Once again, congratulations sa ato ang mga winners, and thank you so much, sponsors. This time, ladies and gentlemen, to formally close this afternoon's opening program of the 47th MASPEC General Assembly, let us welcome the BOD member representing Region 11, Mr. Agripino L. Torres.
Mute.
Sir, nakamute ka, sir.
Now, stay
Yan, sir.
on mute. Okay. Okay na? Okay. Okay, thank you again, Mama Maricel. And before anything else, I would like to recognize the highly contributory and sincere and ever welcome presence of the International Cooperative Alliance President, Mr. Ariel Guarco. Thank you for being the champion in promoting the welfare of cooperative movement in the international scene. And of course, our most celebrated Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, and to our very own Honorable Sabiniano Canama. Thank you very much for the tremendous help in promoting awareness, for your continuing efforts aimed at helping cooperators in attaining our objectives and progressing us with your presence in this 47th General Assembly. And to our Honorable Yusek Joseph Encabo, belated happy birthday, Chairman, who is playing a key role in promoting the welfare and development of cooperatives and cooperators alike, wherein he committed during his last TV interview. And to everyone here present, especially to our Chairman of our Board of Directors, headed by our Chairman, Ma'am Doris Calais, our committee members, and to our management headed by Ma'am Dadet, Toledo. Again, I would like also to express my sincerest appreciation to all of us for our contributions and participations during this opening ceremony of our General Assembly. Closing, I would just like to make 3 points now. First, we must all celebrate our achievements. In the past years, we have demonstrated that cooperation within us is alive and well. This pandemic has proven to us that we are indeed competitive and can rise to the challenge. There is a firm conviction in our hearts in ensuring the sustainability and continuation of our cooperative movement. During this time of pandemic, we strengthen our identity and competitiveness in line with the national principle of promoting the viability and growth of cooperatives as instrument of social justice and economic development. Second, we must all commit to the work ahead of us. We should not think of resolutions and decisions as the ultimate outcome of our work. This assembly may end, but our work for the promotion of cooperative is never ending. We must all resolve to translate our work into policies, programs, and actions that deliver results. We must be honest that we will all face many challenges in implementing the commitment we have made. And the only way to address any of these challenges you may face is the same way we addressed our work for the past years, and that is together. The role of the game is togetherness or sharing, being together. So my third point is we must all keep ourselves accountable if we are really to deepen our cooperative identity. If we are truly to make progress towards the promotion of cooperative society in our country, we must all commit to regular accountability. We must all commit to a regular checkup. So again, fellow cooperators, members of MASPEC, celebrate our achievements, commit to the work ahead of us, keep ourselves accountable. So again, thank you very much. Congratulations for each one of us for this successful year. Mabuhay ang kooperatiba, mabuhay ang MASPEC.
Thank you so much, Director Agripino L. Torres, BOD member representing Region 11. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a very little lang, no, gamay nga technical glitch kaganina during the MICMA awarding. So before moving on, before our raffle draw, let us watch this video.
The 2020 Mindanao Cooperative Micro Entrepreneur Awardees.
All right, once again, thank you so much. And congratulations to all the winners, and thank you so much sa ato ang mga sponsors, no, sa prizes sa ato ang MICMA. All right, so this time, ladies and gentlemen, We would like to request everyone no, to open your camera for the picture taking. Palihog o turn on sa inyong camera for the pictorial. Okay, this time, wear your best smile. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, smile. One more time. Again, we would like to request everyone to please open your camera
Mayon tag
for
parehas
the picture taking.
Mayon tag parehas mo smile sil.
Hi, Sir Gods. Sir Fritz, are we ready for the picture taking? Okay, here we go. Ready?
In 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Isa pa.
Okay, page 2. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, isa pa. Smile.
Ilang beautiful po nito presidente si Gadtisi oy.
Okay, next. Isa pa. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next. And 1,
Next,
2,
smile.
3. Nice. Okay, next page. Okay, next is 1, 2, 3. Wait lang po. Smile. Nice one. Okay, next is page 6. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you.
All right, so we would like to remind everyone tomorrow in the afternoon will be our General Assembly. GA e-kits like annual reports, no, nasa to ang WUVA. Just check your email, our WUVA email. Just click and there you can see your files, no, for the GA. And a copy of the recorded video also of our opening ceremony this afternoon will also be available in our WUVA platform. All right, so before sa ato ang raffle draw, kung i-request ang tanan, no? Ready na ba? Ready na ang tanan? Kindly type 1 in your chat box. We'll see if everybody is still alive and kicking right there virtually. Okay, it's raffle time. Game ka na ba? If game na, please type 1 in the chat box. Type daw og 1 in the chat box. Okay, thank you so much. Daghan day kayo ang nag-participate. Daghan ang nag-type na no, sa number 1. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, I will now turn over this part to Charisma, no, for the raffle draw.
Okay,
Charisma.
thank you so much, Ma'am Maricel. Salamat, salamat.
Yes.
Okay, so we already humanata sa ato ang lami no nga activities for today, but of course, we will not end this without doing our raffle. Dili ko matunggan. But okay. Kundili, wala atong raffle draw. Okay, so this very afternoon, we will be giving 10 500 pesos and then 10 winners for 1,000 pesos and 2 winners of a Yakap insurance policy that is good for 1 year. So I believe everyone is so excited. Okay, but before that, let me just thank our sponsors for this year's General Assembly. We would like to thank Co-op Natco, Adventurers MPC, Alamada MPC, Alnemco, Ampayon MPC, Baogcarp Beneficiaries MPC, Bukidnon Development MPC, Bukidnon Government Employees MPC, Cannery MPC, COA Caremco, Human Resource MPC, Iligan Cement MPC, Iligan City Government Employees MPC, Iligan Dealers MPC, Inter-Office Employees and Businessmen Credit Cooperative, JobNet MPC, Kauyagan Savers MPC, Kiblawan. Wow, thank you for that. Kiblawan MPC, Lorenzo Tan MPC, Mambahaw MPC, Mangagoy Fisherman MPC, Pagadian City Government Employees MPC, Paglaom MPC, Pangi MPC, Pantukan Chess Club MPC, San Francisco Growth Enhancement MPC, SCI MPC, Tibod sa Katibawasan MPC, Unified Engineering Workers MPC, and Villavia Women MPC. Thank you very much. Okay, and for our raffle draw, the prizes, the cash prizes will be given through fund transfer. And so for arrangement, please take note of this number. I will send it to our chat. Please take note of that number. Roland Fonseca, you will contact him if you won the raffle for the arrangement. Okay, so let's start. For the first 10 winners of 500 pesos. Okay. For 500 pesos, our winner, first winner. First winner, let's spin. Okay, kajut lang daw. You guys are enjoying ra? I hope you are excited. I am excited sa atong duha ka winner sa yakap. Sige, naalay gi-arrange sa ato ang Wheel of Fortune. Yun. Sige, for the first winner of our 500 peso cash is congratulations, Mr. Rodolfo Robles Jr. of Ampayon Multipurpose Cooperative. Sir, are you here? Let us know if you are here. Okay. Congratulations, sir. Okay, for our second winner of 500 pesos. Saturnino Golyeban of Zamsorgia Community MPC. Hello, sir, are you here? Sir Saturnino. Okay, he's not here. Okay, sorry. Sige, let's call again for the second winner of our 500 pesos. Unsa bay mapalit sa 500 pesos? Tulo ka pizza. Ha? Gugma. Okay. Okay, Sir Hill Sisto. Sir Hill, are you here from Faceman MPC? Okay, he's not here. Sige. For another. Sige, let's pick another. Backup dancer sa likod. Joke. Okay, Marife Montibon of Servos Savings and Credit. Hi, ma'am. Are you here? Okay, please unmute. Oh, okay. She said already yes. Congratulations, ma'am Marife. Please contact Sir Ponte. Okay, for our third winner. Wala ang music, no? Okay. Sige. Axel Joseph Binaoro from Aluranon, MPC. Sir, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Please
Ma'am.
unmute. Naa siya. Hello, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank
Congratulations,
you,
sir.
ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. For our fourth winner. Sige, mas advanced lagi dito. Okay. From JobNet MPC, Jenny Fe. Hello, Ma'am Jenny Fe. Naaka, Ma'am. Hello po. Congratulations. You're so beautiful.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay. For our fifth winner of 500 pesos.
Are lang ko sa 2,000, uy.
Makapalit na daw og gugma sa 500. Ay, dili. Baka. Dugay raon ta ko kapalit. Charot lang. Okay, Miss Cecilia Gabinera from Pikit, MPC. Hello, Ma'am Cecilia. Okay. You here? Oh, she's not here. Sige, for the fifth winner again, let's spin the wheel. Wow. Miss Florencia Silada of Mifamco. Wow. Congratulations, Mifamco.
Ang gaga.
Hello, Ma'am Florencia, naa ka?
Tumiyagi, nakadaog po ka.
Nakadaog po, yes. Nakadaog po ka. Ma'am, are you here? Please unmute.
Ma'am, Maxilata is here, ma'am.
Okay, congratulations, Ma'am Florencia. Okay, for our sixth winner of 500 pesos. Asuncion Mabano of Ligan Cement, MPC. Congratulations, Ma'am Asuncion. Please unmute. Hello, Ma'am. Hapon og Unsay Bisaya sa congratulations. Ma'am, congratulations.
Wow, car.
Okay. I-message si Sir Roland. Okay. Seventh winner. For 500 pesos again. So dapat na atay Pinoy ATM. Kay mag-fan transfer. Si Ma'am Lizel Aguado from Pangkiruhan Vendors Credit Corp. Lizel, hello ma'am, are you here? Unmute your mic. Ma'am Lizel. Okay, we're checking. L-E-I-Z. Ay, kita din na. Hello ma'am, can you unmute your mic? Or say, I'm here in the chat box. Unmute yourself, madam. Calling one, twice, thrice. Okay, and sorry daw. We will spin another name.
Yes. Katong Jose Maria Glenn ganiha, ma'am. Wala lagi to, ma'am. Ma'am, nagpaabot na itong Jose Maria Glenn ba, na winner?
Wala po, walang Maria, ganina.
Jose Maria Glenn.
Wala, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Marife. Sige lang, ma'am, kay basin next, Sige. Sige, na-forfeit si ma'am, Sige, for our 7th gihapon nga winner.
Kasi mo kaong ganyan kulang, kulang.
Congratulations, Miss Rima May Hadrake. Wow. From Greater Midsayak area, from GMA MPC. Hello, ma'am. Are you here? Please unmute your mic. So wala si Ma'am Rima. Okay. Sige, Ma'am Rima. Wala si Ma'am Rima. Calling once, twice, thrice. Let's call another winner. 7th winner. Miss Rose Ramos from Ampayon MPC. Hello, ma'am. Are you here? Please unmute your mic. Yay!
Thank you.
Congratulations, you won 500 pesos. Pangpalit og pizza og
Thank you.
coke. Sige, og ulo ka kilo nga rice. Thank you so much. Okay, 8th winner. Congratulations. Wala pa gani excited kay ko no. Congratulations, Miss Nikki Corina of Davao Sur Bakers Cooperative. Hello, Ma'am Nikki. Are you here? Please unmute your mic. Ma'am Nikki Corina. I love your name. So nice. Okay, she's not here. Sad. Okay. Sige, let's remove that and let's call another 8th winner. Sir Guadicio Lumusa Jr. of Aurora Integrated MPC. Sir, unmute your mic if you are here. Mr. I'm sorry. Guadioso. Gaudioso. Dioso. Calling once. Sir Gaudioso. Calling once. Twice. Thrice. Okay, let's call another winner. Okay, sige, let's call another 8th winner. Congratulations! Miss Cecil Go of El Grande MPC. Ma'am Cecil Go of El Grande MPC. Hello, ma'am. Please unmute your mic if you are here so that you will be qualified sa imuhang daot. Cecil Go. Wala. Sige, she's not here daw. Okay, another spin. 8th winner paghihapon. Sige. Miss Mary Jean Villegas of Mifamco once again. Wow, grabe. Nagiling Mifamco ba? Hello, ma'am. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am. Mary Jane Villegas is here, ma'am.
Okay. Sige. Congratulations, ma'am Mary Jane. Okay. So, ingon, Ma'am Lizelle said, ma'am, napili ko ganina pero dili ko maka-open mic. Sige. You are the 7th winner.
Hindi na-comment siya.
Okay. Sige, ma'am Lizelle. Please message Mr. Roland Fonseca to get your prize. Okay. For the 10th winner.
Gasto.
Mr. Geralden Paila of Mako MPC. Mauswagon Community MPC. Hello, Sir Geraldine. Oh, no. Ma'am Geraldine? Ma'am Paila of Mako MPC. Hello, ma'am. Are you here po? Calling once, Please chat or please unmute your mic. Okay, calling once. Miss Geraldine Paila of Mako MPC. Twice. Paila. Please chat or unmute your mic. Okay, there's... Okay, wala. Okay, sorry. Sige, 10th winner once again. Last winner of our 500 pesos. Don't leave yet, people. Okay, from Miss Famco again for the third time. Miss Jense Candia. From Miss Famco.
Yes, yes ma'am. Jennifer Kanja is here. Yay!
Congratulations. Sir Edsel, walay 2K. 1K lang, Sir Edsel. Okay, sige. Our 500 winners, congratulations.
Ari na mo pa daw diri sa 1K.
Okay, kaduha daw mo daw. Anyway, sige. For our 1,000 pesos nga prize. Let's call our first winner for 1,000 pesos. 10 ka daw. We will be calling, we will be
Ay, ako na
drawing
na, ma'am
10
ba?
people. Go. 1,000 pesos, 10 winners. Unsay mapalit sa 1,000, sobra pa sa Gugma. Congratulations, Mr. Arnaldo Silverio. Mr. Arnaldo Silverio from Farmers Alternative for Self-Reliance MPC. Galibog sa kubasa na. Hello, sir. Are you here calling once? Sir, 1,000 pesos. Yes. Unmute your mic. Okay, he's not here. I'm so sad. Okay, for our first winner again for 1,000 pesos. Sir Edsel, baka ikaw na. Please type, I want 1,000. Sige, pamahin. Sir Larry Fugulto of Parco! Hello, sir. Naa ka, sir? Alalahi, ragin ni si Sir Nicolas. Sir Larry, are you here? Please unmute your mic or chat. Sir Larry, hello. From Parco. Okay, he is here daw. Sige, thank you so much. Larry, congratulations. Yes, your second winner of 1,000 pesos. Sige, na nagbutan rin. I want 1,000 pesos. Sir Edson. Congratulations, Miss Eka Vitina Lado. Okay, wala. Sige. Sige. Another spin for the second winner.
Ninason?
Si Maspek ko ang nagbigay. Sir Daisy, Ma'am Daisy Gamutin of DMPI. Gamiton. Hello, ma'am.
Gamutin.
Gamutin, hello, ma'am. Congratulations for you won 1,000 pesos.
Thank you
Yehey,
po.
anhan ako diha. Okay. Please message Sir Roland for our third winner of our 1,000 pesos. Tumataginting na 1,000 pesos. Hala, kinsa man eh. Miss Nilda Almention of Unified Engineering Workers MPC. Hello, Ma'am Nilda. Are you here po? Please unmute your mic or chat. Wala. O, diba? So, nalipay. Okay, wala. Joke. Okay, third winner. More chances. Pwede i-appeal ang pangalan sa taga-Maspek? I-insert daw. Sorry, Daddy Lidel. Sir, from Bojemco, Gipre, Naparan. Sir Gipre, Naparan. Are you here, sir? Please unmute your mic. Naa si Sir Gipre. Okay, sige. Calling once. Twice. Nawala ko. Thrice. Okay. Let's spin another one for the third winner.
I'm here. Ay, wala na.
Oh, he's here. Okay. Sige, fourth winner na ni. Sir Gipre, congratulations. Okay, fourth winner. Bujemco gihapon, Sir Louis Soria. O, diba? Ganahan ko sa spirit ni Sir Martho. Grand prize ra atua. Sige, go.
Hello.
Hello, Sir Louis. Congratulations. You won 1,000 pesos. Again, message Sir Roland. Okay, for the fifth winner. Fifth winner. Halaka, isa na lang. Isa na lang, Sir Edsel. Sige. Miss Christine, sayang dili Tengson. Christine Ramos of Panabo MPC. Hello, ma'am. Please unmute your mic, ma'am. Hello, congratulations. You won 1,000 pesos po. Please type, thank you, MSP. Sige na, guys. Type naman kayo dyan. Sige, for our sixth winner. Thank you po. Thank you, Sir Nicolas. Sir Edsel, 10 ka-winners atong 1,000 pesos. Mr. Harold Glenn. Mauran from Zamsorgia. Thank you, Ma'am Daisy. Mr. Harold Glenn Mauran of Zamsorgia Community MPC. Please unmute your mic or chat that you are here. Yes. Grabe na sa kining. Congratulations to all winners for the loser. Time to move on. Tama nga naman. I love that. Diba? So wala si Sir Harold again for our sixth winner. Okay, sixth winner. So rest assured na inyong pangalan na adiritan. Nikki Omboy of Molave Fast Credit. So paspas give me kay Fast.
I'm here.
Hello, Ma'am Nikki. Congratulations po. You won 1,000 pesos.
Thank you.
Thank you, sad ma'am. Salamat kayo for staying. Sige, for our seventh winner of 1,000 pesos. Pwede na ni siya, 4 katao, Unli Wings. Oh my gosh, I miss Unli Wings. Alfred Castaneto. Alfred Castaneto of Alnemco, one of our sponsors. Thank you for Alnemco. Hello. Oh, you are here, sir. Congratulations. Oh.
Okay.
Congratulations, sir. 1,000 pesos.
Times 10.
Hey, congratulations, sir.
Hey, regards.
Pagadian na deliver, sir. Pagadian na.
Okay.
Okay, for our 8th winner, again, please message the number sa chat box. Si Sir Roland Fonseca. Kaiya inyo ang premyo naa sa iya. Miss Rosalina Dulabay of Malabog Integrated Enterprises Development Cooperative.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much,
Yay!
ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Congratulations. You won 1,000 pesos. Sige, let's move on to our 9th winner. Dili ra klaro nga gadali ko. Hehe. Joke. Sige, 9 minutes. Excited ko sa makadaog sa yakap. Yakap Sulpa. Okay, Mr. Jose Olia of Shimulco.
Ma'am, naama present, ma'am.
Shimulco.
Ina, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello,
Thank you.
congratulations po.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Sir Jose. Yeah, you're welcome, Miss Rose. Nasha. Okay, thank you, sir. Sige, for our, okay. Okay, guys. This will be the last winner of 1,000 pesos. Sige, konting katahimikan sa lahat ng nadin dito. This is, wait lang. Okay? So, once again, atong grand prize is 1-year insurance policy of Yakap. 2 winners, okay? But this time, we will be calling the last winner of our 1,000 pesos. Let's go. Yes! Hi, Sir Norman. Kinsay mo pasabot, ani? Sir Rolando Hardiulin Jr. Wow, the MPI.
Oh, I'm here.
Yay.
Thank you.
Sir,
So that's
thank you.
Isa to, 10,000 to, 10,000.
Ay, 1,000 kasad, sir. Dili na ko kaya eh.
Joke lang.
Sir, salamat. You won 1,000 pesos. Congratulations. Okay, this time we will be drawing winners for our Yakap 1-year insurance policy. Okay, so very important na naamoy PhilHealth. Okay. Sige. Wala ko ano, ding 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 ding, drum roll, wala. Sige, you have 5 seconds to do your ritual. Ah, yes, Ma'am Miriam.
Wala man tay kuan, wala man tay unsa ni.
Wala man. Ask ko, Sir Roland, how about those previous winners during our Youth Congressman Guro? Pwede sa yes, i-message sa ninyo si Sir Roland po. Please, yes. Please message po Sir Roland, Ma'am Miriam. Okay na, Ma'am Miriam?
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
You're welcome, Miss Jennifer and Miss Nikki. Okay, for our first winner. Okay, dili ni yakap na ko, ha? Oo, bawal pa kay na COVID. Halaganahan ko sa background music na ting 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 ting. Thank you kayo, Sir Edsel. Sige. First winner of our Yakap 1-year insurance policy. Let's spin the wheel. Let's vote in. Okay, sige. You type Yakap. Congratulations, Miss Grace Alcuran of Ramemco. Ala, supportive kayo si Mama Rife. Thank you, Mama Rife. Yes. Miss Grace Alcuran from Ramemco, ma'am. Are you here po? You won Yakap. Yakap po. Hello, Ma'am Ophelia. Ma'am Grace, we need your confirmation. We need your chat or unmute your mic. Yeah, Yakap. Calling once. Miss Grace. Calling twice. Please chat if your mic is not working. Calling thrice. Oh, na! Yay! Ma'am grabe ang kalipay sa tanan tao. Ma'am Grace, congratulations po. You won Yakap Insurance Policy. Okay. Sige, please message. Thank you, Sir Norman. Okay. Ma'am Grace, please message Sir Roland. Okay, for the last winner of our Yakap Soul. Let's spin the wheel. Last na talaga to. Ato mga report. Congratulations. Sir Agripino Torres from Magsige. Sir Agripino. Sir Piping. Please unmute your mic or chat. Sir, you won
Present pa yan
Yakap
siya.
from
Present pa yan
Marvin.
si Sir Piping.
Sir Agripino.
Count off na ma'am, count off.
Sir Agripino, congratulations po.
Ano panalo ka?
Uli na.
Sir,
Hindi nandito. I am here.
Okay. Sir, kabalo ka sa imong nadagan, sir?
Congrats, Sir Piping.
Sir, you
Unsa
won
man?
a 1-year insurance policy of Yakap.
Oh, salamat, Sir Ed.
Okay. Please message this number, Sir Agripino.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations, everybody. Okay. Okay. Once again, congratulations to all our winners. Please do message Mr. Roland to claim your prize. And before we go, I just want to announce to everybody that our mass will start tomorrow at 1 p.m. And then following will be our business meeting. So I hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Ma'am Emma, next